Okay, waiting for this to. And we're live. We're live. What's up, bigots? We got a good hearty crowd, a good healthy crowd in the audience out there. What's going on, guys? I'm live here with Mr. Anthony Westgate, one of my current favorite YouTube channels. Like-minded guy, fellow Orthodox Christian here, who's got the channel Anthony Westgate. Anthony, what's going on, man?
What's up? Not much, man. I'm excited for this conversation. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, so Anthony was going to come on for the Crying a Lot 49 stream, but we weren't able to sync up. We had like last minute timing issues. But I'm glad you made it, man. That was it was a fun stream. It would have been even funner with you. I know you had a good time reading that book. But yeah, we're here. We're synced up on. We're talking about space, y'all. We're going deep space, the final frontier of of human endeavor. We're going to talk space cults, Mormon space wives, L Ron Hubbard's space wives, and we're going to be focusing on this dude Jack Parsons today. Parsons, Crowley, L Ron Hubbard, and kind of the myth, the great mythos, the great delusion of space. And who better to have on than our friend Anthony Westgate? You want to tell us, tell the audience, if in case there's some folks there who aren't yet subscribed to your channel, there's a link down below in the description. You guys can make sure to subscribe over to Anthony. But what have you been focusing on lately in your channel and your Substack?
Well, lately it's been a lot of the kind of technocracy, surveillance state that we're seeing emerge in real time. Digital privacy, things like that. Just the overall kind of direction that digital technology is taking our culture. The data centers, all this kind of stuff, the flock cameras. So if you go on my YouTube, you'll see a lot of the recent streams are more focused on that kind of stuff. As it relates to transhumanism, a lot of the subjects actually that we're covering tonight, interestingly, like Parsons is kind of the embodiment of all this, modern technology, space obsession with space travel, like space as a religion, the occult, all this, military industrial complex. Like this is all kind of embodied in this central figure who is pretty unknown unless you kind of have delved into, his particular history. But yeah, so a lot of if you enjoy the subjects that we're covering tonight, you'll probably find some interest in my work on Substack and here on YouTube.
Awesome. Substack seems like, I know you focused a lot on Substack in the last couple of years, and I've seen you kind of blow up on. First you did really well with Twitter stuff. I think you were really smart to go over there and start doing Substack. But yeah, what do you have any insights on Substack and like just as a platform, how that differs from some of these other areas? Like you publish on YouTube as well. Your YouTube channel is really nice, but yeah, what's going on with Substack? Why'd you put some energy into that? Do you think it's still worth it?
Yeah, because Substack, the model that they have, they allow you to actually own your audience. So whenever somebody subscribes, it's a glorified newsletter, but they've done all this stuff to kind of integrate all the different media in there. Like you have podcasts and videos, so they can basically treat it like you would YouTube. If you're just uploading videos, you can just do that on Substack. If you're just doing audio podcasts, you can just do that. And then what happens is your subscribers all get notified via email instead of relying on the app and having them be on the app to get notified and click the bell and all that stuff. They just get a direct link in their inbox to get the newsletter, whatever it is. And so that allows you to not actually be dependent on Substack or any platform, because you can take that newsletter, you take that audience that you have with their emails, and you could move to another platform if things go south and just import your newsletter into the, wherever you move from there. You can self-host your own website and just seamlessly, migrate to your own controlled platform or whatever. So and they're pretty hands off with censorship too. So you can spurg out pretty hard there, and
Nice.
I haven't gotten strikes or anything like that. In fact, they've just rewarded me, and I got this special badge, the best-selling writer or whatever, like badge.
Oh,
Like
epic.
they just reward me for like spurging out on stuff I can't talk about on YouTube. So
So, I mean, have you focused much on like more long form writing on Substack, or do you use it for outlining the stuff that you're gonna discuss on YouTube, or how would you describe your workflow on how you go about doing Substack?
I haven't actually published writing on there for a while, but I have a ton of writing that it's all long form. Yeah, like it's definitely better for long form. I have a ton of stuff that I have like kind of queued up that I need to like revise, but I used to just use it that way, and now it's kind of shifted to like I experiment and go off the cuff more on YouTube. So it kind of gives me a little bit more insight as to like where my audience interest is by just kind of touching on all these various subjects on YouTube. It works as a way to kind of like refer to my work, and it's like, if you guys want to really be in the circle, like go over on Substack, and if my channel gets shut down tomorrow without any notice, you'll know what's going on. You'll just get an email. It's like you're an email away from updating everyone. So yeah, it's been more. I've definitely shifted more of my content to YouTube lately. But the way that Substack's monetization works is really interesting because they allow you to paywall video and audio content on top of your articles. So like you can do like a 30-minute preview of a video, and then if you want more, become a monthly paid sub, and you get everything. You get access to everything. So
Yeah,
they have a really interesting model that way.
that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I noticed on Substack, like it used to be a lot more writing centric, and then the feed lately, it's starting to look a little bit more like Twitter, basically. So yeah, I was curious
because
about
they're
that.
trying to just make it like an everything app. Like they're competing with Twitter, YouTube, podcasting. Like they're trying to do kind of everything, and like all the writers are like the people that are there just to write are like always complaining about Substack's updates because they're trying to
Yeah.
do all these things that don't involve writing. So
Yeah.
um,
Well, yeah, because I mean, I was thinking about using it a little bit, and I thought maybe, because I do enjoy writing, but I feel like whatever platform you're writing for, right? If it's going to be published online, it affects the way that you have to format it. And I noticed that there's like a specific Substack format that it makes sense with the way the feed works, but it's like shorter paragraphs, shorter sentences, and it's starting the writing format in Substack. It's its own thing, but it is starting to be more Twitterfied. And don't know if I like that, but it seems cool. Like people publish poetry and stuff there as well. It seems like it's good for reaching an audience, and it seems like the audiences there are a little bit different and maybe a little bit more kind of are maybe a little bit easier to reach people that are spurgs like us than on YouTube, Twitter, and stuff like that.
yeah, it's a good spot if you're kind of starting out in some kind of niche content. So because everything's just smaller there, but it's also been around long enough that there's an audience for every niche. So like I just kind of got lucky because I started there really early on. There was like hardly any other Orthodox writers on there, and so it was just kind of like by default, if you were Orthodox and you joined for Orthodox content, I was one of the only newsletters to subscribe to at the time, so I got kind of the early adopter advantage.
Yeah, no, that's cool. It's good to see that you've grown so much there. So yeah, you and I, it's funny. We were chatting for a while, trying to sync up on some stuff. We tried to sync up on some of these Pynchon books. I suggested I knew we were going to do Gravity's Rainbow, but I told you, I was like, dude, this book's going to take you like a month to get through. It took me almost 2 months to get through Gravity's Rainbow, not because it's not a fun book to read. It's just so dense, and it's you find yourself reading bits of it over and over again. Then we did Crying a Lot 49. We intended to do a stream on that together, but that didn't quite work out with the timing. We had some things that caught up with us, but here we are. And you messaged me. You're like, "Have you read this book?" And it's funny because I was right in the middle of it. This Jack Parsons book, which I got from a boomer estate sale. This like kind of esoteric boomer who had actually a bunch of really cool conspiracy books. And I got it for like $2.
Robert Anton Wilson that drew him to it.
Yeah, actually, no. This was given to me by my good friend Robert Anton Wilson. He's actually, believe it or not, it's actually Jay Dyer's handler, and that's who introduced me to Jay Dyer. He also introduced Jay Dyer to Tucker Carlson, and I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying. Actually, maybe forget what I just said, guys. I'm not supposed to be talking about these, but yeah. So Robert Anton Wilson. I'm joking about him introducing me to Jay. I don't know this boomer. I don't even know if he's still alive. He might have passed. He's getting up there. Have you covered Robert Anton Wilson much on your channel? Because he's a fascinating character. Like his Illuminatus trilogy was always on the radar in like mid 2000s conspiracy culture. His book, he was involved in that company called Disinformation, the Disinformation Co. And he's associated with all these like Discordians. He was really big in the Timothy Leary circles and actually working with Timothy Leary when Leary was locked up in prison. And also, Robert Anton Wilson just happens to be a big Thelemite. He's a huge Crowleyan. He basically, as you get from the introduction from this book, he essentially venerates Aleister Crowley as some sort of like an occult saint. But he's a character to do a deep dive into, and because he is just connected with so many of these people in like weird Hollywood circles, sketchy conspiracy culture circles, and he wrote the introduction to this book, which is called Sex and Rockets: The Occult World of Jack Parsons by John Carter. There's this book, and there's another book that we read. I didn't read all of this other book because much of it is just biographical information that's regurgitated also in Sex and Rockets. But this other book called Strange Angel, which I just printed out the PDF of this one, my legally obtained PDF that I printed out. George Pendle, Strange Angel: The Otherworldly Life of Rocket Scientist John Whiteside Parsons. So, yeah, Jack Parsons, he's a huge figure in like 20th century history. I think a lot of people underestimate the influence that, first of all, the OTO and Crowley have had. But as far as Crowley's influence, Aleister Crowley being, late 19th, early 20th century occultist out of England, who was involved in all sorts of geopolitical intrigue and has become pretty much, I would say, one of the most important counterculture figures posthumously out of almost anybody else, right? Like Aleister Crowley is kind of he's more influential than Einstein as far as the ideas, the culture of 20th century America and Europe. And Jack Parsons was his dude in the United States, running the Agape Lodge out there in Southern California as a member of the Ordo Templi Orientis, which the OTO, you see their influence still with characters like Jay-Z, who kind of use their iconography, and I'm sure he must be a member in some way of either the OTO or some sort of offshoot of OTO. But OTO's influence is extreme in Hollywood, in kind of wannabe upper crust liberal circles, right? And by liberal, I don't mean like Democrat. I mean you've got classical liberal types like Timothy Leary, who I would argue Timothy Leary is kind of closer to neocons in most of his worldview than he is with the 60s left. But yeah, Jack Parsons, Crowley, this stuff is wild. And you want to talk a little bit about the introduction? I thought that was one of the funniest parts of this book, the introduction by Robert Anton Wilson, where he just gives the most intense glazing of this guy Jack Parsons that and Crowley that you could ever imagine. And this is like the uber boomer ascended boomer mensch introduction. Like Robert Anton Wilson is the edgy boomer extraordinaire. He's completely given over to this like own the prudes. Aren't you bigots offended at my cool edgy statements? Cope and seethe, bigot Christians. This it's kind of like that's the essence of his introduction, basically. But yeah, what do you think about Robert Anton Wilson's little intro here?
Yeah, I actually did. I kind of skimmed it just because I kind of got that boomer conspiratard vibe from him. I had not encountered any of his work. I've heard his name dropped before. You were asking if I covered him before. No, but I've seen in my comments and stuff people mention like, oh, you got to read Robert Anton Wilson. But I did see some of the stuff he was saying there, the glazing part. Like he mentions the founder of the Jehovah's Witnesses, Charles Taze Russell, who I did a deep dive on my channel. Super interesting guy because he's kind of the lesser known godfather of Christian Zionism, who again happened to be the founder of the Watchtower Society, now the Jehovah's Witnesses, and was also a Freemason, buried in a look up the there you can see like a picture of his grave, and it's a literal Masonic pyramid he was buried under. But Wilson in the intro, he's talking about how that was it was Charles Taze Russell who prophesied that the Antichrist would be born on Jack Parsons' birthday. This was a good, like, I don't know, 30 to 50 years before.
Yeah. You want me to read? I've got that section pulled up right here. Charles Taze Russell, founder of the Jehovah's Witnesses, announced that the apocalypse would begin on October 2nd. Coincidentally or synchronistically, the very day Marvel Whiteside Parsons, who would later, as Jack Parsons, call himself the Antichrist, emerged from his mother's womb or from even darker places and began to investigate and meddle with this planet. Then he goes on to talk about Crowley. Crowley. Actually, I think Crowley would probably be the more appropriate pronunciation because I feel like that's the more British, the more English way. They call him Aleister Crowley. Crowley, I don't believe you'd say. I think you're going back to...
I say it the Aussie way, Mr. Crowley.
Mr. Crowley. Well, he's proper English. I'll stick with Crowley just because I like Crow. Just sounds darker. Going back to England again, also in 1914, Aleister Crowley rhymes with holy. Oh, okay, so there you go. Robert Anton Wilson agrees with me. That don't mean nothing. Rhymes with holy. And his current mistress, violinist Layla Waddell, staged something called the Rites of Eleusis in London. Several nights of quasi-Masonic ritual, music, poetry, ballet, and drama. On the first night, the actors informed the audience, Nietzsche fashion, that God is dead, and mourned and grieved the bardos of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And on the last night, the audience received the elixir of the gods, a wine containing high dosage of the psychedelic drug mescaline. While they willy-nilly entered chaos and the void, chorus announced the dawning of a new aeon based on Rabelais law of Thelema, do what thou wilt. So, yeah, I mean, that's in the first couple paragraphs or in the first couple pages there, you got a lot going on here, and it kind of shows you how much credence Robert Anton Wilson gives Crowley as well as Jack Parsons here. He's bringing in some heavy hitting connections and so-called synchronicities, as he calls them. But yeah, you got any comments on Crowley and his early ritual acts, which we can get into a little bit more later as well, because this features heavily in this narrative.
I mean, I think he covers this pretty well. John Carter, like later on, how you get to see a lot of the ritual aspects of Thelema and like the ascending through the ranks of the OTO, like how that was just all repurposed Freemasonry. Mm-hmm. Crowley himself was a 33rd degree Mason, and he pretty much just like plagiarized the ranks of Freemasonry. He goes through them in the book. See what page
Yeah.
it's on.
Yeah, no, and that's a really good point. Like when you look at the biography of Crowley, actually, Slow Boy Whiteboard. Shout out to Slow Boy Whiteboard. She says, Crowley himself said, "Those who think me holy call me Crowley, and those who think me foully call me Crowley." So now I got to call him Crowley because he's a foul individual. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hey guys, thanks for liking and supporting. If you're not subscribed, make sure to subscribe. I just set up memberships too. I don't even know if it's live now. I didn't look at the back end on YouTube. I think I set up memberships, so you might be able to have to gift memberships or to get your own membership. And we'll try to do like a monthly members only stream, or maybe how about daily? No, I'm just kidding. Not daily, but we'll maybe try to do monthly members only streams. You'll also get like a special little color on your name there. It's just, you get major clout if you become a member. And also shout out to our sponsor over at Chalk, CHOQ.com. Make sure to head over to Chalk.com. You can use the coupon code BIG53LIFE. You get 53% off all subscriptions there. I'm a really big fan of the Male Vitality Stack. That's got the Tonkat Ali extract. I love the daily as well. So you can support yourself over there by hitting up that link, chalk.com, in the description, using that coupon code BIG53LIFE. And also make sure to subscribe to Anthony Westgate, who is right there. You can click on his name in the description here. And so Crowley, he kind of just went around in the early parts of the 20th century and collected initiations into these kind of, a lot of them were archaic at the time. Like Freemasonry, for instance, had become more of a boys' club. It was definitely more influential than it is today, but it's like in the U.S. it's dying. In places in South America, apparently like Argentina, it's growing really quickly again. But for the most part, rightly so, people see Freemasonry as just like a boomer boys club. It's for old dudes. And that kind of is how it is now. Although back then it was much more influential in 18th century and 19th century Europe, and the founding of America during the 18th century. It's incredibly influential through the Royal Society and the machinations of kind of British intelligence, geopolitically, and also I would say spiritually, super influential among the European elite. You look at the lodges being used as jumping points for the revolutions, the Bolshevik Revolution and the French Revolution being the biggest offenders there. And there is there's a difference in Masonry now and Masonry then. And back then it was a little bit bigger of a deal, but he was also in the he got involved in the Golden Dawn, which was pretty prestigious, right? Like at the time, Yeats was a member, the great poet, Irish poet. Yeats was basically running this lodge in London, and Crowley showed up and started trying to push this his own version of esotericism upon them, which of course is basically highly sexually charged, right? And he grew up in the Plymouth Brethren, which goes back to Charles Taze Russell you mentioned, and these kind of post, was it called the Second Great Awakening or the Third Great Awakening?
He was actually in the congregation of John Nelson Darby. He was one of the congregants there.
So Darby being, you want to give a little quick primer on Darby? I know you've covered him on your channel. You can send people.
Darby is a lot of people, they think of what's the origins of Christian Zionism or dispensationalism. They think it kind of started with Darby. He was really kind of a middleman. He definitely contributed to systematizing dispensationalism, but I've read theories that he was just reappropriating Freemasonry, with it, he would refer to God as the grand architect, and like I forget what the other references are, but he kind of was like appropriating this Masonic language into his eschatology. And so people, you know, speculate that that was like he had some kind of occult knowledge that he was, you know, keeping keeping secret or whatever. But
Mhm.
yeah, so yeah, Crowley was in his congregation as a kid, I guess, like maybe when he was a teenager. I think around the time he was a teenager, he left, abandoned Christianity, obviously. But there's also theories that like his concept of the aeons was like a, parallel to the dispensations that Darby had came up with. So, yeah, I mean that's kind of what I got on that.
Right. So, I mean, dispensationalism, Christian Zionism, the 20th century. I mean, all these pretty prominent influences in evangelicalism stem from these type of kooky people. And the Plymouth Brethren, they were really strange. Like they were kind of this extreme sect. And Crowley, you know these people who like have. I'm not saying that there isn't legitimate. There are a lot of people who have legitimate kind of traumatic childhoods due to like strange cults and whatnot. But then you see these people online, and they're like, "Yeah, I have like religious trauma or whatever because like I had this really religious dad, and he was like, you know, he found out I was on OnlyFans, and he like took away my Beamer. You know, these people who have religious trauma, and the religious trauma is basically like your parents didn't bend to your will, but you also have legitimate weird cults. And you know, this guy was kind of a monstrous person, but this dude really did grow up with some seemingly monstrous parents, and his dad was like a traveling minister. His mother used to call him the Beast because the Plymouth Brethren seemed to have this somewhat they had a sort of almost Gnostic Manichaean theological framework where they kind of saw things as like immanentized, right? Like this idea of immanentizing the eschaton is something we'll talk about here as well. And this is really important. And Philip Collins and I'm sorry, oh my goodness, I'm forgetting the other brother's name. But the Collins brothers book, Invoking the Beyond, is a great treatment. Is that what it's called? What is this book called? I've got one of the chapters pretty. Yeah, Invoking the Beyond by Paul D. Collins and Philip Collins is a fantastic book concerning the mythology of the other and kind of this exotheological alien eschatology that we see becoming prominent under scientism, which of course we would argue, or like I would argue, and I know you've talked about this on your channel as well, this eschatology of the aliens are going to come, and there's like the bad aliens, and there's like, you know, the Draco reptilians, and they're going to come, and they have their grays, and they like to do like a bunch of butt stuff to you, and they're just like, you know, these are professional proctologists in flying saucers, and they just go around and happen to do, you know, highly traumatizing MK Ultra style strange experiments on you, and Crowleyan booty play with your third eye. And then you've got like the angels, right? You've got these what's it called, like the Pleiadians, right? You got the Pleiadians or the Nordics, and the Nordics are like 7 foot tall, big busty, buxom, beautiful alien babes who are gonna come and tell you like basically that you're a god or you're super important, and you're on this special mission, and we've just got to make a one world government, and you know, stop having babies, and you know, impose a carbon tax on everybody. And so this weird movement of like all these strange UFO cults, a lot of this stuff really goes back to some of these early 20th century magical workings from guys like Parsons and Crowley. Now, I'm not saying like Crowley called in all these specific demons. I would say that these are things that, you know, I think Father Seraphim Rose in his book, Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future, really outlines a viable thesis for understanding this phenomenon and understanding it through the lens of of Christianity through the lens of the Holy Fathers, through Orthodox Christianity, which is that this is demonic, right? We don't see this as some sort of, these are highly evolved space aliens come to either save us or threaten our very existence. We see the cosmos as being human-centric, right? We see, Vladimir Lossky in his book, The Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church, says that our soteriology is geocentric, right? So the theology of salvation and the purpose and the telos of the universe is man-centric, is earth-centric, right? Whereas what you see in this flipped sort of Gnostic framework that we're being fed is that no, man is not the center of creation. Man is just man is just a flesh monkey. You're just a flesh vessel that maybe holds some sort of like a divine spark in the Gnostic sense in this giant floating aborted fetus of a creation that is ruled by processes of evolution, and the immanentized intelligence in this can manifest in different ways, and the way that it manifests is through essentially like a will to power type thing of might makes right through this evolutionary chain of climbing the chain of being, where we're all kind of maybe amnesiac gods who are like, you're all gods and you forgot you were gods and everything's God, and there's this hidden spark that's within the creation, and if we just liberate it from this toxic matter, then we can experience pure spirit. And this is kind of the same theology that guys like Elon Musk are promoting, right? This is transhumanism, this is the alien saviors, and this is kind of completely flipped on it's Christianity and Christ inverted. And it's really just a rehashing of these old Gnostic heresies. So I'm sorry, that was a long rant. We landed far away from the Plymouth Brethren and Crowley, but Crowley himself he believed that he was initiating a new aeon, right? And he was a con man, right? When you look at Crowley, he went over to the Golden Dawn where Yeats was there, and he starts trying to introduce his basically butt stuff. Like he went to the Golden Dawn to all these kind of proper, Victorian. Oh yes, we are calling in the sprites and the magical spirits of the forest and the spirits of the spark of the universe, and we're going to use this for inspiration for our poetry. And Crowley comes in and he's like, yeah, no, we're going to have an epic rap battle. And he had a poetry battle with Yeats. And Yeats, who is this prim and proper Victorian occultist, right? Like this kind of old school hermeticist, Crowley comes in, he's like, no, that's not what it's about. We're going to do, Crowley came in, and the way that we should be doing it is we should be doing butt stuff. And from now on, we were doing the dark arts of liberating the divine spark from the rectums of the members of this lodge. So it literally was just like this is going to be a lodge of sodomy now. And Crowley himself was, he was really, when you read about Crowley and when you look at the life of Jack Parsons, we're going to get into in a minute, Crowley is the prototype of the boomers. And when you look at how important he was, how he becomes this kind of iconographic figure for the boomer generation, he is free love, he's sex, drugs, and rock and roll. He's into yoga. He's into Eastern so-called spirituality, and he really just initiated. He actually seems to have kind of initiated the New Age in this like Blavatskyan vein of bringing about his thelemic philosophy, which said, "Do as thou wilt." And he was taking mescaline, as we read there. He was parts of the rites that he was initiating people into in like 1914 involved sexual activity, the consumption of precious bodily fluids, and drugs. Right, so it's about getting into this altered state where you're hyper suggestible, and through ritual. And Crowley's ritual which he derived from like yoga and from kind of tantra, right? It's tantra. So it's about confronting your deepest fears and the things that make you feel ashamed and the things that you're disgusted by, and embracing those and pushing back this wall of disgust and shame, right? So, of course, we don't want to get too explicit here, but what are the most taboo things? Well, they're often involved sexual acts. So his whole thing was about initiating you into this power of magic, where the magic wand is your third leg, or
The
your
marrow of the wand.
yeah. So you're the
They literally
power.
called it that. It was part of the ritual, the mixing
100%.
the marrow of the wand in this Gnostic mass.
Absolutely.
It's
So
part
the
of the
wand and
Babylon ritual.
yeah, and Freemasonry is similar, right? Freemasonry, where is the Holy of Holies? Well, it's behind the veil, which if you look at the Freemasonic regalia, the veil is the apron that they wear in front of their crotch. So the members of Freemasonry, basically, at the higher levels, they start to realize that symbolically, the real power comes from the member of the members of the lodge. And that's their holy of holies, and Crowley's holy of holies. He was very phallocentric. So
That's essentially what a rocket is, right? It's a big phallic.
right.
That's
So
what all these obelisks are, right? These Masonic obelisks that they've erected in the capital, right? The nation's capital. And then you got our obsession with rockets. So the whole country watches this big giant wand get launched into the sky and try to crack the firmament. It's like
absolutely. Yeah, well said, man. And Parsons himself. So Parsons was running this lodge in Southern California. Parsons' biography, when you look at his early life, similar to Crowley, he had daddy issues. Yeah, what a surprise. Daddy issues tend to result in people acting out those daddy issues for the rest of their life. So, it's really important for, I don't think you could drive this home enough that like just having a father present in your life is a huge blessing. And a lot of people in our generation didn't have their father around. A lot of, especially, like if you look at black communities, there's not a lot of parenting going on. And, the normalization of divorce, which is something that Crowley and some of these kind of post-Victorian liberal types were normalizing, which is just, what is marriage, right? What is marriage outside of the sacramental marriage within the church, within Christ? Well, it's a temporary agreement. It's a couple of people who live together for a little bit and maybe have this mutual agreement to it's like a push-pull relationship. But if you're sick of it, or if you're not getting what you want out of that person, you might as well dissolve it, because it's nothing more than a contract between you and another person. So, Parsons' dad was like a womanizer, and he wasn't around. I think, if I remember correctly, he immediately, and even during the pregnancy, was cheating on Parsons' mother. So Parsons' mom was always bad-mouthing the dad, and Parsons he was raised by this overbearing mother and had somewhat deranged, what would you say? He had a little bit of unorthodox views about women and about men in general, and he was well known to be bisexual later on, much like Crowley. And he eventually came upon esotericism and occultism. And this was, first of all, fed by his obsession with science fiction. So sci-fi, he was reading all these sci-fi novels, like pulp sci-fi stuff what year was he born? He was reading all this pulp sci-fi stuff in like the 20s and 30s, and the idea of space travel, the idea of bringing about a new aeon of man going to the stars was real prominent back then. So he eventually gets really into the idea of rockets, and he's obsessed with explosives and rockets at a young age, and eventually kind of becomes a He's kind of like an autodidact. He's self-taught in rocketry and is just obsessed with rockets and ends up becoming kind of he and his buddy. What was his friend's name? Frank? Was it Frank?
Frank Molino.
Well, Molina. Well, I think Molina came later. Who's his other friend? Come back here.
Oh, not Newman.
I got both of these books right here. I'm kind of flipping through, kind of finding the interesting parts. Some of them, some of the most weird and interesting stuff has to do with the his OTO works and his later the Babylon working, and then especially once he meets L Ron Hubbard, who's like Hubbard is just the most kind of the funniest character in this whole pantheon of like weirdo 20th century space theology people.
Edward Foreman, that's what you were thinking.
Yes, Foreman.
Yeah.
So he and Foreman are really good friends in Southern California. He's raised in kind of this strange atmosphere, right? So he was born in 1930. His parents moved to California in 1913, and I think he was born soon after that. And here in the book Strange Angel, it talks about what the atmosphere of Southern California was like back then. Attire on the streets of the city ranged from straw hats to fur coats. Electric signs blazed everywhere. Clairvoyants, palm readers, Hindu frauds, crazy cults, fake healers, Chinese doctors all plied their trade. In 1906, over 50% of Los Angeles' population may have been Protestant, reflecting the number of transplants from the Midwestern states, but a whole new breed of radical metaphysical religions such as Christian Science, New Thought, and Theosophy have begun to take root alongside mainstream beliefs. Confucianism was big, spiritualism was huge, and you have these like secular utopian communes that were popping up. There was even a short-lived socialist community of Llano del Rio. At its peak, had 1,000 self-sufficient, like I can't stand that term because none of these groups are actually self-sufficient, but they had 1,000 people, men, women, and children, farming about 10,000 acres of land there. So there's this back to the land movement, somewhat proto-hippie kind of stuff going on. And so his dad, Jack was born in 1914, and then his dad was also named Marvel Parsons. So the Marvel universe of Jack Parsons, his dad was named Marvel, and he was pursuing vices of the city with reckless abandon. So before he was even born, he was visiting hookers and prostitutes. January 1915, 2.5 years after they were married, Ruth had forced Marvel to move out of the house. So the mother kicks the dad out of the house and is really upset with the father. And anybody who's been around, or maybe even unfortunately had these situations in your own family, you know that oftentimes the mother is going to be poisoning the son against the father. You get, in these divorced households, you get these really sad dynamics. But yeah, so the mother was telling him how awful the father was. And he basically cut off he would never really know his dad, right? Like he was basically raised without a father. His name was later changed, so he would be referred to as John Whiteside Parsons on all official documents, and basically changed his name from Marvel Parsons to John Whiteside Parsons, and grew up around Pasadena, which is a really interesting place. And we basically was just surrounded by all these wealthy people in one of the nicest areas of Pasadena. And back then, Pasadena was really cool. Like Pasadena was where tons of rich people lived. You had Busch Gardens, these just massive, huge, beautiful mansions, and these beautiful kind of curated garden properties. And he grew up in a really nice home because the family of his wife was wealthy. But they ended up losing a lot of that wealth, and so he got a little taste of not exactly poverty, but really he was on a loose leash and did whatever he wanted as a kid, and kind of got into this fantasy world. And then later on, that wealth kind of changed with the Great Depression, and his father-in-law lost a significant part of his fortune then, which probably influenced Parsons to then have this affinity towards leftist ideas. And you find that he associated with kind of Communist Party members and more left-leaning people, including Molina, who was involved with JPL and the rocketry program and this research into rocketry during the Second World War, and Molina ends up getting investigated by the FBI, and this brings problems into Jack's life later on because he found himself losing his security clearances due to association with a lot of these people. But when you look at it, like he was associating, he met Oppenheimer, right? Like he was hanging out with people that were involved with the Manhattan Project. Not just that, I mean, he's hanging out with big Hollywood actors during his OTO days, and he's associating with people with major security clearances during the peak of the Manhattan Project as well. So you've got this really strange overlap between kind of intelligence-connected people, early military-industrial complex, and early aerospace days in California, which is just a completely it's an amazing history there. Like Southern California, Los Angeles, Pasadena, and aerospace. There's a lot there, and so I'm doing a broad overview of his early life. Is there anything I'm forgetting here that you want to add in here, Andrew?
In his early life?
Yeah, his early life. He's not, speaking of early life, he comes from a kind of formerly Protestant families. He's not not that type
Although
of
he
early
did
life.
he was under when he was at Caltech, he was in the, what's the name of that program? What's that? Let me look at my notes here. Galsit. Yeah. So when he was at Galsit under this is the program at Caltech, he was mentored by a rabbi called Rabbi Theodore Carman.
Mm-hmm. Carman. Karman, for anyone who wants to look him up. Yeah.
And this guy was boasting that his ancestors had created the golem of Prague. So he was, tracing his lineage back to the rabbi who created the original golem of Prague. And this story deeply influenced Parsons. And I think it's John Carter who wrote that this story in particular about the golem was influenced Parsons' interest in his magical children concept, which are like kind of these like homunculi. But yeah, that was, I think, in his earlier days, because I think that was referenced early in the book. But then after
I found the passage. I'll read the passage real quick and you can add to it. Born in Budapest on May 11th, 1881, von Karman was descended from Rabbi Judah Loew ben Bezalel of Prague, and he often boasted of his ancestors' reputation of having created a golem, an artificial human being in Hebrew folklore endowed with life. Unmentioned in his autobiography, The Wind and Beyond, the golem appears in several secondary sources. The Wind and Beyond, though not relevant to our discussion of Galsit, the creation of the golem is a topic we'll return to later when we discuss magical children. So yeah, he was really interested in von Karman. Von Karman's specialty was the new wide open field of aeronautics, and he eventually influenced a number of students who went on to great things in their own right. One of his pupils was a graduate student named Frank J. Molina, who was born October 2nd, 1912 in a small town in Brenham, Texas. And Molina, his son, let me see if I'm getting this correct. The son of Molina married the sister of Ghislaine Maxwell. Let me make sure I'm getting the right. Yeah, the son of Molina. So Ghislaine Maxwell's sister Christine married.
There were twins, I think.
Yeah, Christine Maxwell was really she was the tech chick, right? So this is Robert Maxwell's daughter Christine marries the son of this former member of the Communist Party, who was real good friends with Parsons and involved in a lot of the Galsit research. And this OTO adjacent, Jack Parsons adjacent guy, Molina. So kind of a funny connection there.
Yeah, there was this is getting a little bit ahead, but there's a present day example of some connections to Epstein as well, not directly to Jack Parsons, but when I was doing my research on the Epstein files, I wrote this whole like occult um, dossier on Epstein's occult and secret society affiliations. And there was it was going around a while ago, but it was in the in the Epstein files. He had you can like see his order history from Amazon, like all his receipts in his inbox. And so they put together like a book list of like all the books that he read or that he had ordered on Amazon. And he was building like an occult library for like all these tantric books. And there were all this Crowleyan, ritual sex magic books.
Oh yeah, no, I remember that one. And some of them were just like funny. A lot of them were like intro to tantra type books that you just like. He searched like tantric sex on Amazon. And got this stuff. But it's funny because I mean a lot of these, I mean this is the introduction to this stuff to a lot of people. Like a lot of people's introduction to the occult is looking, a lot of it's like rock and roll, right? I mean, this is for a lot of the boomers. You've got the cover of that Beatles record, Sgt. Pepper, where you've got Aleister Crowley on it. You have Timothy Leary, like major 20th century psychonaut influencer. But he was Harvard professor, all these strange intelligence agency connections, and kind of MK Ultra adjacent / knee deep in it guy. And he said that his work was basically the continuation of Crowley's work. And of course, Timothy Leary is also completely obsessed with his PP. It's basically his whole thing was all about Timothy Leary's obsession with LSD was less about he caked this language around it and kind of wove this story about the awakening of humanity and the breaking of our programming. But his big thing was sexuality. His big thing was this allows you to have a bond at another level with a human being. And he was married, and he actually drove his wife. Well, I don't know if he drove his wife too, but his wife ended up, ending her life, as well as his daughter. His daughter did as well. But he was constantly cheating on her. Like Leary was obsessed with hanging out with his grad students and, giving LSD to grad students and having weird private sessions with them. And his whole thing was like, he would say about his wife at the time, well, I have these relations and these physical relations with these other women, but I don't trip with them. I just trip with my wife because that's like the real intimacy. And I don't think that was true at all. I mean, he's giving LSD to all these young, vulnerable grad students who are, legally adults, but it's an odd situation. And how'd I get to that?
Epstein.
Yeah, Epstein and Tantra. Yeah, Leary said his work is basically the extension of Crowley's work, and he claimed at times, I think he claims it in his autobiography as well, that he was the reincarnation of Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, that's likely a Kabbalistic idea, reincarnation.
Oh, right.
But yeah, so there's one more connection I thought of with Epstein and the OTO. There was in one of the email exchanges, Epstein was talking to this guy David Hansen, who was talk about a golem. He was literally creating what they were calling in the emails a robo Epstein, where he was like importing Epstein's consciousness into this bot, like this humanoid. And this guy was a member of the OTO, and he wrote that like on his CV. Like you can go, it's like on the public internet. Like you can go and see this guy's, look up David Hansen's CV or his resume, and you can find, and like he lists all these transhumanist events that he was at, and then it has listed OTO member from 2010 to present, which is crazy because there's so few members. I think in the book he talks about how there's only like 300 living members of the OTO today.
Yeah, it kind of died out for a bit, but I think it probably had a resurgence because Jay-Z is always throwing up the flag for it, right? Like he wears that, or he did back in 2009, 2010, like back in the good old days of rap conspiracies and all the Illuminati stuff. Yeah. Like when everybody was, they're always doing their little, the Illuminati confirmed stuff. I'm not making fun of it, saying there's nothing to it, but a lot of that is just these people are imitating. A lot of it's imitation. A lot of it's just trying to kind of go viral in a way. But some of these people are true believers, and Jay-Z is definitely a true believer. Like he's he's into spirit cooking stuff. He had that video where he was he did that event with oh my gosh,
Marina Abramovich.
Yeah, Marina Abramovich. And this, I think Jay-Z is probably as close to a true believer OTO guy as you're going to get among the kind of forward-facing folks. But I mean, at one time in Parsons' life, Parsons died in, what year was it that he actually died? It was like 1951 or 52. During the 1940s, at one time there was only like 5 members of the OTO in the U.S. And this was at Parsons' Los Angeles Lodge, which he ended up cooing the guy that was above him. Remember that guy's name? The guy that, I've got to find that section. Crowley sends, so that the head of the OTO at the time, there was a consistent struggle happening for kind of dominion over OTO in California. And the couple that initiated Parsons into it, gotta find their name, was not Weinbaum. The couple that initiated Parsons into it were the head of the lodge at that time, and Parsons made himself an adept and kind of ingratiated himself and was really obsessed with this guy. You see this pattern in some of these characters like Parsons. You see it with a lot of these people who become like Thelemites. There's this daddy issue that they're constantly working out. So he's always looking for his new dad, and the OTO kind of becomes his family, right? So the OTO, he gets first introduced to it by, I'm still trying to find it, delaying here, by this couple.
Is it Talbot Smith?
Wilfred T. Smith, that's what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, Wilfred T. Smith was the head of it, and
the founder of the Agape Lodge.
Yeah, so we've got the chapter here about the Mass, right? So you got this thing they called the Gnostic Mass, which was Crowley's Mass, and it's essentially an aping of the Roman Catholic Mass and an aping of a Christian Mass that is completely inverted. Where like instead of having a Eucharist, their Eucharist is cakes of light, and we make cakes of light with animal blood. Parsons was told they should really be made with menstrual blood. So the air, it's really gross stuff, right? The air was still charged with sexual attention. Couples began to pair off to different corners of the cavernous house. This is his first introduction into the OTO, right? And it describes the ceremony as being, and this is from the book Strange Angel, which is funny. I found that Strange Angel, rather than Sex and Rockets, actually had a more honest approach to the OTO. Because John Carter and Robert Anton Wilson are clearly really sympathetic to OTO, and they do this thing where they're trying to kind of guard the secrets of their little OTO lodges. And whereas Strange Angel sees it more as this, oh, look at this oddity, is it this kind of weird, and a little bit less reverent towards it. And in Strange Angel, they don't mind showing how strange it is.
Yeah.
So it describes it as a ceremony combined quasi-Masonic gestures with hints of a Catholic Mass, but an intense sexual motif made it unique. The priestess stroked the priest's lance, and the priest kissed the priestess between the breasts. They made lavishly sensual declarations in the manner of high Victorian aesthetes. I love you, I yearned to you, pale or purple, veiled or voluptuous. I who am all pleasure and purple and drunkenness of the innermost sense, desire you, burn to me perfumes, wear to me jewels, drink to me. So that's all Crowley's poetry, right? That's like this corny, horny Victorian crap, right? Like that's Crowley right there. He wrote this thing. So then you've got goblets of wine handed out by the priest and cakes of light, thicker and more robust than normal communion wafers, and read out a long and obscure list of, quote, saints. Fictional characters tripped fast on the heels of authors. Gods were paired with men. You got the saints that they name off, right, are Dionysius, Lao Tzu, Pan, Pythagoras, of course. The Victorian poet Swinburne came fast after Heracles. However, the most approbation was saved for the last name mentioned, that of Sir Aleister Crowley. And yeah, so of course he makes himself the top saint, right? He's like the John the Baptist, or like the, you know, he is the, you know, the blasphemous high priest of this group. And so you've got some of these people that you get introduced to in Los Angeles you've got some like normal people, like a teacher at the nearby city college. You've got Jane Wolfe, this old like single woman. You've got you got silent film actress Jane Wolfe. She was known for playing Mary Pickford's mother in the 1917 film Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. She had lived in Sicily with Crowley and smoked opium with him, and she forever looked back on this time with deep nostalgia. So this is the 1940s, right? This is the 1940s, and these people are already living this kind of 60s lifestyle in Los Angeles. And it takes about 35 years for this to really burst onto the scene and become the norm across the country. But the decadence of this kind of post-Victorian European like elite, which this is California, right? So this California nouveau riche, these are California social climber type people, and they're already smoking opium, doing rituals and like weird freaky deaky ditty stuff, and doing the sex, drugs, and rock and roll polyamorous type lifestyle, which I find this fascinating, how 1940s California looks like late 1960s San Francisco and LA.
Yeah, it's actually hard to believe that it's not. Like a lot of times I'm reading this book, it like I almost like assume that it's the 1960s, and it's like actually like 30 years before that. So it's got that. It definitely has the same vibe. Like you can see like the kind of proto hippie, hippie movement emerging.
We gotta shout. Oh, look at this! What a dude! All the homies. I can't believe there's 311 people watching now. Shout out to Alex Soren. Shout out to Jay Dyer. What's up, guys? We got a bunch of new folks here. We're talking crazy stuff. We're getting freaky deepy hippy dippy back in the 1940s with Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, and all these kind of prototype boomers, right? You realize these are like what they're doing here in Los Angeles with this lifestyle, kind of almost holographically spread and burst out throughout the whole country, right? And Crowley himself, like Crowley died a disgraced goofball, right? Like Crowley died completely in debt, addicted to heroin, probably syphilitic, right? And dealing with all sorts of sexually transmitted infections from all the swapping of their gender fluids that he's doing in these rituals. And he died a failure in almost every way. But later in his life, not later in his life, but a couple decades later, he ends up becoming this somewhat cultural icon. And that's through people like Parsons, that's through the OTO, and it's through guys like Timothy Leary, who I'm going to have to go in depth on Timothy Leary and his autobiography. I've got to get a copy of it. I want to get a physical copy of it, of his autobiography and some of his writings, because Timothy Leary is another one of these just completely unhinged, megalomaniac, kind of psychotic people who have become these somewhat like secular saints in so many countercultures now. And I think it's about time that some of these people get their bubble burst, because you look at the fruits of this, and what do you have? You have madness, you have illness, mental illness, you have addiction, and you have just a complete embrace of degeneracy and of madness, really, all in the name of enlightenment, all in the name of breaking down boundaries and breaking down your programming. Oh, you got to deprogram yourself, man. You gotta get away from all your prudish visions of how we're supposed to be living. Quit being such a bigot, and come hang out with us. We're free-spirited people. Well, what are these free-spirited people doing? They're smoking opium, doing Gnostic masses where they're consuming cakes of light made with animal blood, but really it should be menstrual blood, right? Like this is the type of person you're hanging out with. These people are smoking opium and doing mescaline in the 1940s, like during the war, right? They're having drunken parties when most of the alcohol is being used for ethanol for the rocketry programs throughout Europe and America. You have these decadent kind of intellectual types who avoided the draft, who aren't going to go fight in the war because they're needed for the war effort at home. And what are they doing? They're having freaky deaky diddy oil parties with mescaline and opium and cakes of gender fluid light.
And paradoxically, they end up supplying the military-industrial complex with the jet, the jet propulsion technology that they're developing, the fuel for the missiles that they're building. Like there was actually a part where he was talking about that, like how there's that tension where they were anti-war because they were like these left-leaning guys, but they had like some kind of justification for building the technology and the resources for aggressive attacks that were being used. Like I think they were even sending stuff to Israel even at that time. I know that this is getting a little bit ahead, but
post war, after the Yalta conference and like the rearranging of the map of Europe. Well, Parsons near the end of his life. I mean, we can jump there. Parsons near the end of his life, when he actually was working on contracts with the Israelis, right? So he himself who developed during this period, right? He's OTO. He's doing his cakes of light, drink the boomer fluids, rituals, but then at the same time he's involved with Caltech. He's involved with discovering, so like, you wouldn't have solid state rocket fuel if it weren't for Jack Parsons. And this is a man who failed out of university. He failed out of like whatever city college he was going to, and he taught himself through his obsession with explosives. He taught himself rocketry. And at the time, rockets were looked at, like in the 1920s and 1930s, before kind of the middle of the war, when the V2 program became well known in American intelligence to be somewhat successful. Remember the V2 rocket program, Hitler thought that this was a failure. Hitler was going to completely abandon it. And I think Himmler still believed in it, or maybe it was Goebbels still believed in it. And the V2 rocket program ended up almost turning the tide of the war for the Germans, right? Like these, this is what Gravity's Rainbow is about. I've got it right next to me because there's some things in Gravity's Rainbow that connect to this. Actually, the entirety of Gravity's Rainbow connects to Jack Parsons, the 1960s as an outcropping of this post-Victorian occultism and kind of Crowleyan type stuff. And but the V2 rocket really put rocketry on the map, and this became the most important technological pursuit of the time. So much of the post World War II order and the rearranging of the map was also based around where are we going to bring all these important German scientists. So then you have Project Paperclip and guys like Werner von Braun, who it just happens that Werner von Braun was in contact with Jack Parsons when Jack was a young man. Jack Parsons was writing to Werner von Braun and was corresponding with him before he even really got going with Gausset and the Caltech job during the war. Because Werner von Braun, at the time, Germany wasn't quite seen as the enemy yet, and he was talking with him and had correspondence. He was even trying to get information from Werner von Braun, but he got annoyed with it because he thought Werner von Braun would ask him questions, I guess, and then he would respond to him with legitimate answers. But he found that von Braun wasn't very forthcoming with what he was working on, so he was a little bit more guarded with his rocketry science sharing. But post-war, you've got Operation Paperclip when all these German scientists are brought into the U.S. And into the Soviet Union. Werner von Braun ends up becoming like this kind of he ends up just being kind of the guy that he was in Germany, but in America, right? Von Braun was this German industrialist who was obsessed with, he had his own kind of weird theological takes. I think he acted like he was kind of an evangelical Protestant in a lot of ways, this kind of post-Lutheran type, but was really interested in kind of exotheology, cosmist type stuff since a young age. And so Parsons is corresponding with all these people. He's surrounded by intelligence agents. He's working with high level clearance on rocketry during the war. And then post-war, he's kind of worried that he's going to be out of a job. So they end up selling this company. They sell their stock in their company that they had made, and he basically ends up working at a gas station after the war. Right? It all falls apart for Parsons. He loses his wife. He loses his mind. He loses his job, and he's kind of destitute, working at a gas station. And then he starts to rebuild his life. And ends up doing explosive work for special effects for Hollywood studios. And then he's working on some contracts. He wants to work with the Mexican government for producing some sort of explosives. And he's obsessed with explosives, right? He's always keeping explosives materials around his house. And a lot of his friends commented that he wasn't very careful with the way he stored these things. And he was always kind of sweaty because he was described as being... One of his friends described him as being, let me find that quote. It was a funny quote.
Yeah, he said he smelled because he was always sweating.
Yeah, and also
you can see in the photos of him, like he's wearing a suit in the desert, like doing these experiments with explosives, and he's always sweating.
Yeah, I think he's described as being like coked out of his mind by one of his friends. I think this isn't there. It is his friend described him as being coked up like a snowbird by Wilfred. Although McMurtry seems to have meant that Smith's influence on Parsons was narcotic, his former friend was indeed indulging in various drugs by this time, a regular drinking of homebrewed absinthe and an occasional user of marijuana, and now appeared to have turned to cocaine and amphetamines to cope with the pressure of work at Aerojet and Gausset. His colleagues noticed that he was soaked in a perpetual sweat during the day, a common side effect of amphetamine abuse. Jack was an expert on drugs, recalled Robert Cornug, a friend from the time. He knew them backwards and forwards. It's possible that he'd begun to experiment with making his own drugs in his home laboratory. Such substances were not intended purely for recreation. Crowley preached that drugs could aid in the enactment of magical rituals and facilitate astral travels when the magician supposedly leaves his body and communes with the universe and beings who inhabit this higher plane. So the whole exotheological thing is also really tied into drug use, because a lot of these, you'll notice now, a lot of the UFO cults, you look at the methods that are used by Stephen Greer, they're channeling these entities and kind of calling forth these UFOs, right? They're these experiences. And Tom DeLonge and a lot of these people, if you look at their methodology, that's what they're talking about. It's essentially kind of this occult practice, this channeling and this meditation practice that then opens you up to these experiences with what they're going to call aliens. So the whole mythos of space, again, it's like it's this it's an inversion of Christian cosmology. So instead of God being the creator of all things and us partaking of the divine energies of God, and instead of theosis, you have evolution, right? Man is trapped and you are evolving along this chain of being to possibly become a higher being, more in charge of more matter, but you're also completely trapped in matter, right? So it's this weird Gnostic kind of Kabbalistic exotheological thing where the stars and space and everything is just like the body of God, right? There's even a passage in Gravity's Rainbow when the rocket scientists are seeing the rocket as this sort of acupuncture tool for puncturing the body of God, which it compares the stars to like acupuncture points in the body of God. And man himself can then manipulate the environment around him and create this new order of what Pynchon calls the rocket state, the Raketenstat. In near the end of it, you start to see that what the rocket state is really just the post-war order. It is this blood and death obsessed, kind of twisted Freudian, Crowleyan, Nietzschean culture, which is reverting to spiritualism and kind of pagan practices, while couched in the iconography of scientism, right? So science isn't this really rational project, but under the facade of science is just an extension of European paganism, is an extension of kind of this like weird OTO sexual magic type stuff in the novel Gravity's Rainbow. And I think it's accurate. I think that's a really accurate portrayal of what we have in the 20th century, what you have in the really erupt into the culture of the 1960s. Sorry, I just went on a long little rant there. But yeah, you got anything to add to that, dude?
Yeah, well, you touched on a lot, but I don't know if you want to go over the Antichrist nativity.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty interesting because that kind of like kicked off the whole like JPL, the Jet Propulsion Lab, mythos. Like how there was, I guess, to unpack it, there's this famous photograph, 1936, where when they first, we're going back, I guess, more in the early life and the beginnings of the Parsons, occult blueprint. But this whole thing was like kicked off when Galset research, the Galset Rocket Research Group, when they were first testing the liquid fuel motor, they did this at the Devil's Gate Dam in Pasadena, and it was on Halloween, 1936. And there's a few times where that Halloween like recurs, like there's like important dates that they occur on Halloween. But this Antichrist nativity refers to this kind of like intersection between the idea of like the birth of the modern scientific era, in terms of like rocketry, because that's what literally birthed the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and it's intersecting with Parsons' identification with the Antichrist. And so there was two scenes that you can see where this persona is embodied, and one of them is in the Antichrist nativity scene, as John Carter calls it. And this yeah, so this date was the birth of the JPL, and then they refer to it as like a nativity because it took place on Halloween, so like an inversion of Christmas, and it featured Parsons, who was like later, found himself signing this formal oath to declare himself the Antichrist, and then the Jet Propulsion Lab, even today, will do this. They'll recreate this quote nativity scene with mannequins during these like public showings when they have open houses.
Yeah, well, and they tried, JPL kind of tried to minimize Jack Parsons, how instrumental he was in the creation of JPL, right? Because JPL all came out of their original company that Jack, Foreman, and Molina formed, and they all ended up kind of selling their stock at the end of the war because they were worried about their jobs going away, right? They thought we're not going to be producing rockets for the government anymore. And remember also, a lot of these guys were kind of leftists and they were anti-war. Or kind of anarchist, hyper-individualist, right? And which at the time that was considered like leftist, right? Now you've got kind of a shift in how the fake left-right paradigm is presented. But at the time, you have the collapse of the Great Depression, which led to a lot of people seeing the problems with like hyper-capitalism. And, of course, they're going to default to... they're not going to default to like a classical critique of capitalism, which like, if you read some of the great 20th century saints of the Orthodox Church, like Saint Nikolai Velimirovich, he's lambasting capitalism just like he's lambasting leftism and communism and socialism, right? Like these are kind of both utopian, they are both materialistic worldviews, but people are going to default to communism post collapse in the 1929 crash because that's what's there. So like I think we look at communism now, we look at these ideas, and it's like you can't imagine somebody falling into it, right? But back then this was all the vogue. Like you were a prude if you weren't kind of in LA, if you weren't into like leftist ideas, if you weren't kind of pretending to read Marx and critiquing capitalism. And I'm not saying like that you shouldn't critique capitalism. I think you should, but they ended up defaulting to kind of like leftist communism. So these guys, when they were selling their company, a lot of them were also running into trouble at various periods of their life after this because of McCarthyism and because of kind of the shift in the Cold War, right? We're shifting from this, we're fighting the bad guys, right? We're the good guys, of course. We're always the good guys. We're fighting the bad guys. We're going to kill the mean Germans. The evil Germans are going to take over the world, and we're gonna build this super friends group with us, Great Britain, and of course, and Soviet Russia. So they're our best friends during the war, and then post-war, we immediately shift to this anti-Soviet position, and the Cold War kicks in. So all these people who were, well, we're going to fight fascism and we're leftists, so we're going to work with the government during the war to make rockets, to build this new framework for delivering rockets into the upper atmosphere. A lot of these guys, like Parsons, they weren't trying to build weapons of war. They wanted to build a way to get to the stars. So Parsons was obsessed with this idea of ad astra, which actually you see now in Elon Musk, right? Like I think Elon Musk is really kind of almost a carbon copy in a lot of ways of Jack Parsons. He's a more successful, kind of less stupid version of Jack Parsons. We'll get to why Jack was kind of stupid, but yeah, he was obsessed with ad astra, means to the stars, and he wanted to build these rockets so that man could go to the moon. But at the time, the only way that he could work in this industry was through working with the military-industrial complex and the aerospace industry. And that, of course, is feeding the war machine, and he's supposedly anti-war. They're able to justify it because we're fighting the Germans, right? Like, look, we're fighting with our lefty friends, with our communist friends, and then maybe we can deal with what we have to deal with after the war. Well, then after the war, all these dummies actually then become a target of the same system they just helped to build, and then they're being hunted down by the kind of by these anti-communist activities that were happening with like the House of Un-American Activities Committee with HUAC, where they're doing purges of Hollywood, purges of people who have military contracts, of people who were ever associated with the Communist Party. And Parsons went to some Communist Party meetings. He says he was never convinced and he was never really a communist, but Molina was actually a member of the Communist Party. Remember, Molina's son ends up marrying Christine Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's sister. So these guys who built JPL later on, they don't really want to talk about Parsons, right? Like they act like Parsons wasn't a big deal because he's a bad image. He's bad optics for them. He blew himself up. Spoiler alert. He blew himself up in his house by mishandling. Well, there's kind of a mystery around his death, and I think the people like Robert Anton Wilson kind of like that they can weave this mystery story about his death. But to me, it seems like he blew it and he blew himself up. His wife was outside in the car. They're getting ready to go to Mexico. He's trying to sell all this stuff to Israel, and he's planning on moving to Israel and working on their rocket program. And he wants to go to Mexico and work there and live there for a few months first, and ends up dropping a tin can full of a highly powerful explosive, and underneath him in the basement, he had some explosives as well, this mercury perchlorate or something like that. And then also he had a lot of improperly stored explosives in trash cans in this house he was trying to clean out. And he ends up blowing himself up. So JPL doesn't really like this because he makes them look goofy. You know, it's like you have this crazy occultist, sex magic Crowleyan guy, and he's the face of JPL. People even call JPL, which is Jet Propulsion's laboratory, people call it Jack Parsons Laboratory, kind of as a joke, because Parsons was, I mean, he and his buddies built the company that ended up becoming JPL. But you know, they still have this weird nativity scene in their corporate office, and Parsons even has a crater named after him on the moon. So it's not just some kook, right? Like this guy he's like a canonized saint in the fake religion of space and scientism.
Yeah, sorry. People are saying my audio's scuffed, but I hope I'm coming through.
I think it's kind of scuffed like it was earlier. How's my audio? They say my audio is all right?
I think it's fine. It's probably just on my end. It's my endless audio issues.
People keep dead naming me as a baldy. Like we got everybody in here. Everybody in here is so worried about my new weave. Talking about my weave. Don't you know? I've lost street cred with my fellow baldy homies. They realized I was a fake bald cell. That I actually got some hers on my head. And they're freaking out about that. I saw a little bit of that. Saw a lot of people just surprised I'm even alive. They don't even know. They didn't even know I was still alive. This person says Tristan's voice is the issue. The mic is fine though. Oh, all right. Marjorie Cameron. All right. Yeah. See. All right. So a lot of people, and this is what I love about the audience here. You guys they're making fun of my hair implants. Oh my gosh. Look, I'm just being bullied by my audio. People say the video's bad now. What's wrong with my video? Let me see if I got a good connection here.
No, it looks
hey,
fine.
shout out to the homies dropping super chats over here. Let me see. We got a couple super chats. Let's read these super chats. What's up, everybody in the chat? Shout out to I know Alex Soren sent some friends over. Mr. J Dyer sending friends over. I saw our friend Jim Bob in the chat. What's going on, guys? Good to see everybody in here. Mr. Westgate equals the GOAT, the cat's pajamas, the bee's knees, if you will, says cool dude for a $5 super chat. Thanks a lot, man. Tech Noir Graphics just sends a $4.99 super chat. Doesn't say anything. Octavian33 says Alex Soren raid. Shout out to Octavian and Alex Soren. Hey, thank you guys for supporting the stream here. Also, you can support yourself and support us by hitting up our sponsors over at choq.com, CHOQ.com. You can get 53% off all subscriptions for life with the coupon code BIG53LIFE. I really like the male vitality stack. If you're trying to get your male vitality up, not in that freaky deaky, Diddy, Crowley, boomer fluid way, but in an actual healthy way, hit up chalk.com. I'm a big fan of the I love the daily, which has shilajit in it. Their shilajit's great. And then I really like the Tomcat extract, the Tomcat Ali, their Tomcat 100. So you can use that coupon code BIG53LIFE for 53% off subscriptions for life over there at chalk.com. But yeah, we got some good stuff coming here. Some nice surprises. I know they say my audio is crystal. My audio is crystal, like the stuff that Jack Parsons was snorting. Crystal clear, like the methamphetamine that Jack Parsons was making in his lab for his weird OTO rituals. We've got some cool things coming here on the channel, including somebody was mentioning them fruits. Eating them weird fruits down in South America. What kind of exotic fruits down there that we can't get? We've got some exotic fruits from my area here that you actually will be able to get. We'll talk about a lot of this later on, but we're starting a coffee project here. In the next couple years, we're going to start producing coffee here on our farm, but then we're also partnering with one of the best, I think, the best producer of specialty coffee here in Ecuador, my good buddy, as well as our friends, our fellow Orthodox Christians over at Lore Coffee Roasters. So we've got a batch of we've got actually 4 different coffees that we're going to have available through Lore in this collaboration that we're doing that are selected by us over here, actually grown by our neighbors. So if you guys are into coffee, if we got any coffee nerds in the chat, we've got some really fun stuff to come. And we're working on putting in the water infrastructure now, which is probably the most expensive part of it. But we're looking at we're going to have a few thousand plants, hopefully by the end of this year, of some top varietals, including some Gesha, probably as well as some Bourbon, some bourbon, and I'm probably going to do a Sidra as well. For those coffee nerds out there, you guys are going to be stoked because we're going to have some really good quality coffee coming soon for you light roast lovers out there. So anyways, yeah, I always got to shout out. You guys are awesome, man. The audience here, you guys have so much. You guys have so many cool insights, and you guys are always keeping me on point. I'll be ranting out here, and then I'll see something pop up in the chat, and I'm like, that's exactly an angle that I should be touching on. So a lot of you guys are more well-read than myself. A lot of you guys are way more based than me, so I appreciate everybody in the audience who are back here, who are enjoying the stream, liking the stream, sharing the stream, and then also our friend here, a friend of the channel, Andrew Westgate over here. I'm sorry, I'm completely distracted. Got so much pulled up here. Anthony Westgate. Sorry, I said Andrew, but yeah, shout out to our buddy Anthony Westgate. Make sure to subscribe to his channel as well. There's a link in the description and in the title here. So you guys, thanks for supporting with the super chats. Thanks for supporting with just the likes and the shares. Make sure to become a channel member if you're not already a channel member. And yeah, drop those super chats in there and check the links in the description as well. But where are we now? We're talking about JPL and like their weird little nativity scene. Yeah. How they kind of wanted to erase Jack Parsons, but
yeah,
they can't erase him from their history. Like he's actually one of the most important figures in the development of rocketry. Like we wouldn't have had NASA if it weren't for Jack Parsons. You wouldn't have Werner von Braun. You wouldn't have him making like Disney ads for the future space program in the 50s and 60s if it wasn't for Jack Parsons. And Parsons was even hanging out with, I'm not hanging out with him, but corresponding with von Braun back when von Braun was still just a meager industrial billionaire German. So, yeah, let's see. Where are we here in the?
I mean, and like you said, it was, they tried to bury his history, but then simultaneously named him after a crater on the moon, on the dark side of the moon. So it's like kind of like NASA's nod to Parsons being like their informal founder.
Yeah.
I don't know if have you ever seen like some of the NASA patches that have all these occult symbols on them? Like there's all this like Egyptian iconography. Of course, the more notable thing about NASA is how to this day they're always naming their moon missions after pagan deities. That's all over their patches as well. Like they have these pagan deities on their patches depicted. All these, all this occult numerology. The number 7 is always being shown. It's a very significant number in Thelma and Crowley's, in the OTO and Crowley. But, and then of course the red chevron vector, right? The official NASA insignia, which is like a, like a forked, almost like a
forked tongue,
snake tongue.
Yeah. It's wild. I mean, a lot of this stuff was big. Do you remember? Were you into like? I don't know if you were into this stuff back then, but in the mid 2000s, like 2008, 9, Hoagland was real big. He'd be on Coast to Coast all the time. Richard C. Hoagland.
Oh yeah.
He wrote that book Dark Mission about like.
Yeah.
It was such a boomer slop conspiracy book. I had a copy of that book. It was so bad. It was like, look at these secret crystal structures on the moon. There's like giant calcite crystal structures, and we don't know what they are, and they're trying to hide the crystal structures on the moon. But he talked about some of that stuff. But yeah, this is like classic 2010s conspiracy culture, conspiracy candy back then type stuff. People would make those edits where it was like those synchro mysticism edits. You remember that stuff?
Yeah. Or they'll be like, NASA is a Hebrew word for what is it? Like, I forget what they say. It's like a Hebrew word for evil or something, or lie or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's like Nasha, like the Hebrew word, but it's like not. I remember seeing that debunked, that it's like actually not the word. It just sounds similar, but
yeah,
who knows with this stuff? I mean, there's a lot to be said for like the numerology and the the locations that you see in the like, I think he talks about how like the parsonage was like at a certain, like the address of the parsonage was like 33 in it or something like that. I mean, they are kind of these occultists do put significance on the numbers and the symbols and things. It's just it does get into like boomer schizo territory with like trying to speculate what was intentional and what was coincidental.
Yeah. No, absolutely. There's always this weird line between, you start to look at this stuff, and if you get too obsessed with it, you start to, like, you can see people. I remember knowing people around like the 2010s who they would get into the conspiracy culture stuff, and they would kind of become like occult initiates through that.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of it.
And stuff like,
yeah, like they get obsessed with like Freemasonry, and they're just like, oh, I'm gonna decode all this stuff, and then they get obsessed with it. They get so obsessed with that worldview that they end up like just taking it on, or becoming a member of some weird group or something, in order to try and learn the secrets. And it's kind of a funny thing in that even remember like the 9/11 stuff. Everyone's like, oh, 9/11 is like a mega ritual, right? Like it's this big giant. I'm not actually. I'm just trying to mock that idea. I'm not saying that there's not possibly an aspect of that. I think some of this could have to do with just the spiritual nature of the reality we live in. And that's something that from Gravity's Rainbow, it's like he talks about, so you have Slothrop becomes the main character, one of the main characters in Gravity's Rainbow. He becomes obsessed with trying to figure out his own history. So he goes through this kind of, it's like a semi-noir type exploration of trying to figure out his place in the world and his place in this grand conspiracy that's happening during the latter years and the latter days of the war in Europe. And Slothrop, one of the things that he's dealing with is intense paranoia. So he's always talking about his paranoia, right? And there's this great line where it says there's a type of anti-paranoia where instead of the knowledge that everything is connected, it's you get this feeling that nothing is connected and that nothing really has meaning. And he says, like, not many people can actually withstand this state for very long because it's actually a hellish state total nihilism, right? But the idea of everything being connected, I mean, that is real in Christian cosmology. You can't disconnect, the realm of the mind and the realm of experience. You don't have this unbridgeable gap between like the phenomena and the noumena. You don't have this like rift in between the experiencer and reality, which you get that in kind of the weird broken metaphysics of modernity. And this is why people are able to be mystified by like the stars and what's out there, right? 'Cause it's like, oh yeah, maybe these aliens, or like maybe our God is this impersonal force of evolution that kind of like turned us from, simple monkeys into more complex monkeys. And but this idea of paranoia and everything being connected, everything is connected, right? But if you don't have a proper way to filter those connections, if you don't have a proper baseline worldview, which like obviously you and I, we're coming from an Orthodox Christian worldview. So to us, we have a framework with which to understand the confusions of the world and the evils of the world. And we don't believe evil is this like, we don't believe in this Manichaean dualism or this divide between the physical world and the spiritual world, and they're these two completely different things. Like we have a framework to understand creation, the cosmos, and to us, creation is anthropocentric, right? Now, the center of our reality is God. The center of our reality is God, but the center of creation is man, right? Man is created last, and all of creation is created for man, for communion with his creator. But without that, you can see how it's easy to get like really lost in these rabbit holes of trying to figure out what is this that we're experiencing here. And you can see how, kind of these occult practices that these people get involved with, because they're so visceral, right? What the OTO offers is it's sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And you can see how that would become, we obviously know that that's attractive to us because it ignites the passions, right? It plays on kind of our inclination towards things that when they're out of place are destructive, right? Now, sexuality is not inherently bad. You have, we're told to be fruitful and multiply, but it gets inverted in these worldviews where it's like in the OTO, they're doing these rituals where it's like it's about the sexual act disconnected from what it's meant for, which is procreation. And real love. So it's something about power. It's about summoning in spiritual powers. It's about breaking down boundaries of your conscience, really. It's like this is what Crowley's whole thing is all about, is destroying your conscience so that not only are you okay doing things that your conscience should bar you from doing, not only are you okay with that, you are going to be drawing more and more power from that. And it's if you're there actually is this worldly satanic power in this stuff. This is why, you have the trope of like, selling your soul for fame, right? And it's like, I think a lot of these people who, you remember that, you've seen that interview with Bob Dylan. He's like, yeah, I made a deal, with the master of this world, the big guy. He sold my soul. Like, I remember that. You remember that around 2010, when people were sharing that. They're like, "Look, Bob Dylan. He's talking about the selling your soul to Satan stuff. Like he's a full on Satanist." I mean, Dylan. He ended up becoming like a weird kind of Presbyterian like a Protestant guy. And I'm not trying to like mock him or Presbyterians or anything like that. But I think with a lot of these people, There's not some literal thing where like you go to Hollywood, right? And you're trying to get in the music industry, and then like the devil walks up to you and you meet him on the railroad tracks, and you sign your soul over to him, then he makes you play the fiddle real well, and you're gonna get famous, right? I think the selling of your soul, it's like this gradual receding of your conscience, and it's almost an inverted theosis, where you're not, theosis being the concept of us becoming united to the divine energies, becoming united to God, and the deification that we're looking for is what salvation is for us. But it's like the opposite of that. It's the Crowleyan break down your aversion to sin and to destructive acts and embrace that, and then that's going to give you power. So the classic, selling your soul for fame. It's not like all these rock stars literally have to go and they got to go into some meeting, and Diddy and Epstein come out of a back room. They're like, bro, you got to sign this paper, and then we're gonna do weird stuff to you. I think for some people it might look something like that, but for a lot of these guys, I think it looks more like the deal is being made every day in the slow erosion of your aversion to sin, and it's made in those small acts of these blasphemous acts of the denial of grace. And eventually you get to a place where you're so far along and you're so caught up in vice, and you feel so justified in this that there's kind of no going back. And I think that's the selling of your soul that we're all tempted to do every day. You see it with people for social media clout, right? Like people with social media clout doing abhorrent things, behaving foolishly for clicks, because that's what's going to get you the attention. Yeah. Anyways, you got anything?
Michael Orthodox, please lock in. Sorry, it's inside thing.
That's what it is. Like lock in.
Yeah. So something you mentioned about that interview with Dylan, I think it was in the same interview. He's talking about how there was a song, I forget which song it was that he wrote, that he's just like babbling. It's just all this just nonsensical slop that he's saying. It's like it's just meta poetry stuff. And he's saying in the interview how the words just like came to him. He was like, yeah, it was just like a force, like a magical force wrote it. And he's like, I don't have that power anymore to tap into that. And that reminded me of something that you see very commonly in the threads that we're covering here, even with especially with the influence of science fiction and like kind of the merging of science fiction with space travel, space religion, and cults and Crowley and ritual magic and all this stuff. These guys were all tapping into automatic writing, and I think that's something you see very commonly. It's probably more common than we think in songwriting, but especially in science fiction. And, L Ron Hubbard talked about this. And I think this is largely why L Ron Hubbard was such a prolific author. And he was able to put out so many books in his lifetime, hundreds, right? It's like he wrote, didn't
he say he could write he could type like 2,000 or 3,000 words per hour without need for revision. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like being able to prolifically write like that you don't have to be, demonized or completely, given over to like occult forces to tap into that creativity, right? But there is like a lot of these people that are tapping into this, they're doing this through, you look at, they'll get into a drug trance or something, and then they'll find that with this, in the specific place and at the specific time, stuff will just flow for them. And I don't think it necessarily even has to be, a demonic thing. I think there's, you look at the writings a lot of the great saints are really prolific writers as well. Yeah. And it's them, tapping into the truth, tapping into the divine energies of God. And but I think when Dylan said that was really interesting.
You do have the admission of it though. Like I'm talking about specifically the admission of that, where you have these authors. I mean, Crowley himself said that, his works, like a large body of his work was written through that process where he was saying that he was like channeling.
Yeah. He channeled that one thing for him. He would have a woman channel for him sometimes too. Yeah. Like this is where like the Crowleyan stuff gets kind of crazy, because it's not just like, yes, he was a con man. Yes, he was a self-aggrandizing self-promoter. But also, he would do rituals where his women would get into a trance, and they would be channeling for him. He would call them as Scarlet Women. So I think that's how Liber Oz or whatever was was given to him. And then you have Parsons here doing the same thing, right? Like when Parsons actually ended up meeting L Ron Hubbard, which is, I mean, this guy L Ron Hubbard is one of the most hilarious characters in the whole Parsons Marvel and Crowley Marvel universe. But Parsons comes along and starts hanging out with, he gets introduced through the science fiction world, right? So this, and in the science fiction world, like you mentioned, automatic writing, seances, all this stuff is happening among these groups of people. Like these aren't just, creative people who just kind of, I got a little creativity, I better go write this cool book. I'm being creative right now. No, there was a lot of these people were into channeling spirits, drug and sexual rituals, and a lot of these people were like these are charged up people. Like what's his name? L Ron Hubbard. He was a con man, right? He was a brilliant mind in a lot of ways, and I don't mean brilliant and like he's virtuous, but this is a really intelligent and shrewd and quick thinking person, and most confidence men are. Like they're able to read humans, they're able to read people, and they're able to kind of give people what they think they want, and able to hypnotize people. They have this hypnotic effect in people around them where they can just go off and just kind of BS, and people are going to follow them. So should we talk about the we hinted at it earlier, but the Babylon working with Hubbard, because that's one of the funniest pieces of this history.
Yeah, and I mean too, some of the chat is talking about how like he had a ghostwriter. I mean, it's more likely with Hubbard specifically that was just a con. Like he was just hiring people to pump out all this, all this literature and stuff. But yeah, so there was a Times article that was published. I think it was about 5 years after Parsons died. That revealed it was actually a statement from the Church of Scientology that was saying that, and likely this is PR. It's like, who knows? Because the whole thing, this is all, you're talking about all these scam artists that are trying to scam each other, basically. But Hubbard was, they said that like the official statement from the Church of Scientology was that Hubbard like purposely subverted the OTO in order to dismantle it. And it kind of like, I don't know if they said it collapsed into Scientology, but essentially Scientology took it over.
So so Hubbard famously gets involved with Parsons, and I have here pulled up on the screen for all our buddies, for all the homies in the chat, the Church of Scientology of Boston. This is an official statement from them. But what led up to this was a lot of weirdness. But I think jumping to the end point where he's trying to justify it and he's doing his mental gymnastics, this kind of shows you the inner workings of like Scientology, of Hubbard, and just the classic con man kind of retconning of his own history. Because Hubbard bursts on the scene with Parsons and all these OTO people, and he's telling them these wild stories. He's telling them stories about how he was working in naval intelligence, which is true. He was in naval intelligence. He was an intelligence officer in the Navy, but he had these wild stories of like wrestling polar bears. Like he's like, I got shot by natives with arrows, and look at my scars right here, and I like pulled the arrows out and chucked them back at the dang natives. And he's got all these weird kind of these weird stories. And if you actually in the Strange Angel book, I think it discusses the reaction of some of the people around the OTO at the time, where some of them were like, this dude is a complete idiot con man. I can't believe anybody believes anything that he says. But others like Jack Parsons are like, will you be my dad? Like Jack Parsons like basically falls in love with him. Is like, you're my new daddy. We're best friends forever. You're the most, he wrote to Crowley, he says, he's the most thelemic person I've ever met. He says, he writes to Crowley and says, I'm amazed with this guy. He's so powerful. And having no formal training in magic, he is one of the most magical people I've met, which I think it gives you insight into kind of what this so-called magic really is. So much of it is about hypersuggestibility and getting us into not me, but getting people into this suggestive state where what's going on through drugs, through ritual, through the ambiance of the chanting, of the sexual acts that they're involved in some of these groups like OTO. It's about getting you into this supercharged state where you are going to be hyper suggestible and you're going to be opening yourself up to the suggestions of either people around you or of other more subtle things like demons, perhaps. These people would say spirits or aliens or the gods, right? So you have in the Crowleyan and the OTO world, that's what they're calling these. These are spirits. These are gods. Maybe you can become a god. Crowley said every man and woman is a star. But really what you're looking at, I think, is in both the world of like psychedelics and the world of kind of OTO ritual magic, it's a cracking open of the consciousness in order to be influenced by subtle things and even not so subtle things, which is what you see in a lot of it. But yeah, do you have anything to add to that about the kind of the nature of what, like, how do you see what the OTO is doing, or what like Crowley and Hubbard and these people were doing back then?
Like, in a weird way, I kind of say this all the time, but I have to be careful with how I say it. But essentially, like, I see this stuff kind of confirming the truth of orthodoxy, because these are the most evil people that we're talking about. Like the most evil people that have ever existed, arguably, at least like on, in the exoteric, like that we know of, right? And what are they doing? They're inverting all of the Christian ritual, the Christian discipline. I think about how, you look at like Parsons, like you were saying, he was like perceived as this intensely magical person with no prior occult experience, all through like independent study and everything. And he was kind of like, I see him as like, the inverse of a saint. And you can see that, like, what he was doing. I mean, he had incredible discipline. He was doing 4 rituals per day to like the sun god or whatever it was.
Yeah, and the invocations of Pan,
yeah,
like what's his
yeah,
name,
he was
Parsons.
doing, yes.
Parsons would get up in front of all the people at the OTO at these houses that they were living in. Which, by the way, the houses they were living in were basically hippie communes, right? So you had all these different like swinger type people living in the same house, doing drugs, wife swapping, partner swapping, rituals with each other, alcohol, drugs. I mean, it's the '60s in Pasadena in the 1940s, but he would get up on the balcony and recite this poem from Crowley, which is an ode to Pan. And he would recite this also at his rocket launches, because he didn't see this divide between the world of magic and the world of science, right? Because he at least realized that this is a false dichotomy, right? These people believed in ritual magic and they believed in science, and they didn't see those as, opposing each other.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. He was doing four rituals a day to the sun. And then there was 2, I forget, I think they called them like the pentagram ritual or something, where you'd like stand. There was a photo of him, I think, doing this, where he's like wearing his black robes. And there's actually a funny story that John Carter tells in Sex and Rockets, where it's like, I forget who it was. One of his friends like walked in on him in the middle of this ritual, and he was kind of like, whoa, like, like, what's going on here? He's like standing there in the middle of a pentagram. Like, and this was before he was at the parsonage where he's doing these rituals in his bedroom. But yeah, he had this incredible discipline to these occult rituals. He also, like, towards the after, I think it was after he sold the parsonage, and he kind of, everything kind of collapsed on him. He was broke. He went on this 40-day exile into the desert, and he was fasting for 40 days. And They call it the Black Pilgrimage. He was like, doing this abyss ritual that's like the
Yeah.
highest
Well,
level of the
they're always trying to
OTO.
ape Christ, right? Like it's always
Yeah,
they,
yeah,
they think they're so edgy. Oh, we reject Christianity, but yet everything we do is basically
yeah,
just all
exactly.
we can do is try and mock or invert Christianity. I mean,
Yeah,
if you were really, and these people, if you were really, they reckon themselves to be so libertine and creative, but like Crowley's creativity was just like, oh yeah, instead of embracing Christianity, we'll just denigrate Christianity and just do everything that Christianity is against. I mean, it's just pure spite, and yeah, it's just like edgy teen stuff, and it sounds so
yeah,
corny. But then you look at the results of it, there were like really big results in the world. And I think that really just goes to show, like you said, the truth of orthodoxy, and that we believe that, for us, the world is something that is transformed by the will of man and by the work of man. And what these ritual magicians and stuff are trying to do is basically what man it's an inversion of man, what man is created to do. Man is created to have communion with God, right? And commune with the divine energies of God and commune with the logos of God through the creation, which is saturated with the loving energies of God. But what these magicians want to do is basically act as the high priest of man, which is the high priest of creation, which man is made to be the high priest of creation, giving back the creation to God, who created man to be in communion with him within this creation, right? That's the transcendence, but their transcendence is basically a destructive act, right? And it ends up being, instead of man giving back the creation and offering back the creation to God through his work within the world, it's trying to gather more for himself, gather more power for himself, and destroy the presence of God and chase it away from them as much as possible.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's all that to say, yes, it's much easier to live the kind of life that Parsons was living, this completely degenerate, like he was like speed running degeneracy essentially. And that's not to say like that's not like my comparison isn't like to an actual saint. It's like the total inverse of that, where instead of
He's a
fighting
dark
the
saint.
passions,
It's a demonosis, right? Like he's a
right. Yeah.
saint
Well,
of
yeah.
demonosis instead of
Yes.
theosis.
Yeah. Well, there's apotheosis in there too. I mean, that's kind of the whole transhumanist goal, is to achieve an apotheosis. But yeah, I mean, he just was like, I'm just like fascinated by him. Uh, I mean, I think like even with the inversion of orthodoxy kind of thing, it's like you see in the OTO creed. Have you ever read the OTO creed? It's like literally just inverting the Nicene creed. Like it's the Gnostica Catholica, it's called
Uh-huh.
Ecclesia Gnostica Catholica. And it's like, it even starts out like, I believe in one secret and ineffable Lord, one star of the company of star, like, and then it keeps going like, and I believe, and then
Oh my
at the end,
goodness.
it's like, yeah, it's so cringe. Like they cannot create anything. It's just all inverting Christianity essentially.
Yeah.
It's just like,
It's
yeah,
crazy because they're going to believe in this weird kind of Manichaean type thing where you've got, well, good and evil are really just it's just kind of an illusion. They're kind of parts of the same thing. Whereas, I mean, it's such a huge difference. Whereas for us, evil only exists by negation. There is no ontologically evil thing, right? Like even Crowley,
yeah,
Aleister Crowley wasn't an ontologically evil being. He was a being created in the image and likeness of God who spent his life trying to reject that and then embrace this dark image, right? So this even becomes like, if you look at the preview image, or the what's it called? The image of this stream, you've got Crowley there on the left hand side. That's not an edited face. That's what he looked like. I mean, the man looked like a tortured soul. You can see in his physiognomy, you can see how the spirit that's animating him, that his soul is twisted and in pain. So it's really sad that like these people then come to influence all these other 20th century influential folks, especially in the 1960s. And The fruits of it is just madness and death. It's not like, I mean, these people all came from broken homes and weird families. They ended up just spreading that, right? Instead of, I mean, we all have, a lot of us come from broken homes and broken families. Like, I mean, you're just thinking of some people in my family, who had really hard childhoods, and you could see how they could have ended up awful. But, thankfully, by the grace of God, like, we have a will, and we're able to use our will. We're able to choose good or evil. So to us, evil exists by negation, whereas to these people, it's like there's this evil substance in the world, and there's not, to the Gnostics, all matter itself is basically just this cage, and you're looking to get to this realm of pure spirit. So a lot of these dudes like Crowley and Parsons and their rituals, they're talking about transcending the gross matter through just embracing all these gross, disgusting acts within matter. And it's really stupid, because then they all become addicted to drugs. They're obsessed with like weird, twisted physical acts, and like, putting their pee-pee in weird places. And it's just, they end up distraught and like completely destroyed. Even just physically, you end up destroyed, like diseased and addicted, and or blown up by explosives, like poor little Jack Parsons here.
Yeah, I don't know if have you ever seen photos of Michael Aquino?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I remember he was on Oprah.
Yeah.
But he's like cosplay. That, he's like a weirdo. Like, why? There's something strange about him as a character. It seems like part of the psyop with Aquino was this kind of cosplay type stuff to make it seem cartoonish and super weird,
Yeah, well, that was kind of the whole Church of Satan. It's like you had Anton LaVey literally dressing like the cartoon devil, and like Aquino was like part of. There was a schism in the Church of Satan where like Aquino was like, he broke off from LaVey because he was like, this guy's a grifter. He's an atheist and materialist, and Aquino wanted to like tap into like the more spiritual, divine, pseudo divine aspects of occultism, and like but look up the Michael Aquino Wikipedia. It's like it's one of the most insane like intros to a person, like to a biography.
Dude, oh yeah, I mean all the McMartin preschool. I mean Aquino, one could do a 5-part series and never exhaust, because he's one of these kind of omnipresent figures in like the 1980s with the Satanic Panic stuff, so-called Satanic Panic, which, I mean, it seems like even with that stuff, there was an aspect, because obviously there are weird cults that are involved in a lot of this stuff, but then there's this strange kind of propaganda aspect of it where you've got Aquino going on Oprah and Ricky Lake, and he's dressed up with all his makeup, they're trying to make this seem like some weird Marvel Universe fake thing. I took us on a tangent. We were talking about Hubbard and Scientology's apologetic for like what he was doing. I got it pulled up on the screen here, so we got to talk about Hubbard and his weird interactions with him, because I think this is kind of the pinnacle of like Jack Parsons' funny journey. So here's from the Church of Scientology of Boston. They have this letter that they published in, what year was this published? This was published, much later, right? Let's see. It was L Ron Hubbard is well known for his work as an author and as a founder of Scientology religion, but less so for his adventures, including one mentioned by Camille Paglia in her recent article. Mr. Hubbard, believing in living life to its fullest, which is why he was a barnstorming pilot, a member of the Elite Explorers Club, and a sailor. The latter led him to a distinguished career in the U.S. Naval Intelligence. While in the U.S. Navy, Hubbard was assigned a mission in 1945 to break up the U.S. branch of Aleister Crowley's black magic group of the Ordo Templi Orientis, OTO, in Pasadena, California. As many physicists were getting involved with this and creating a national security situation. As published in the Sunday Times of London on October 5th, 1969, Hubbard successfully infiltrated and broke up this group that was run by Dr. Jack Parsons. Also, all right. There's so much, like, they're blatantly lying in this, right?
Yeah, it's
but
PR. Yeah.
Dude, Jack Parsons doesn't even have a bachelor's degree. Like, he doesn't have a bachelor's, he doesn't have a master's, and he definitely never got a doctorate. So he's not Dr. Jack Parsons. This led many of the top 64 U.S. scientists being declared security risks and dismissed from government service. According to religious scholar J. Gordon Melton's paper presented at the Conference on Alternative Religions at Loyola University in May 1981 about Crowley's U.S. leader Jack Parsons, there has been confusion regarding a connection between Mr. Hubbard and OTO leaders. Per Melton, since Hubbard's involvement in this incident, covered in the previous paragraph, has also been used to discredit the Church of Scientology that he founded, we should also note that the Church's teachings are not magical and show no connection with the OTO or its beliefs and practices. Mr. Hubbard's work also includes a non-religious morals booklet called The Way to Happiness that is used in schools throughout the world, as well as proven methods to get people off drugs, a far cry from what Crowley had practiced. For more information on the works and life of Mr. Hubbard, click onto ironhubbard.org. So this is like
carefully crafted website by the Church of Scientology.
Like they didn't even do enough research to know that Parsons wasn't a doctor. Like, this is just such a stupid revisionist thing. Shout out to William Kareen, $20 super chat, says, can't find this level of analysis on this topic anywhere. Thanks to both of you. Thank you, dude. William is I hope you're doing well, man. Your family, I'm sure you are. William's got an awesome family. I've known him for years, and he's an old school bigot and big supporter of the of all the work we've done here. And I really appreciate that, man. I see so many familiar names. We've got our buddy Tech Noir Graphics in the chat. Shout out to Jay Dyer for all his support over the time and always nudging me. Hey, dude, you got to get back to doing some more streams. So yeah, we're back. We got fun things to come, and yeah, no, this is a great one, and of course, our friend Anthony Westgate here. Anthony, thank you so much, man. It's been fun bouncing back and forth with you here on this. I've got something else here. Oh yeah, so L Ron Hubbard. So let's talk about how Hubbard came onto the scene here. So Parsons had this house, right, and he had been introduced to Hubbard through the science fiction scene, and namely Robert Heinlein. He had this Manana Literary Society, and Heinlein wrote this book, Stranger in a Strange Land, which that book is pretty popular. That might actually be an interesting one for your book club. Have you ever read that one or heard about it?
I haven't, but I've read what do you call it? Like Spark Notes on it.
Yeah.
Because I got interested in that book because that's where grok comes from.
Oh, wow.
There's old covers of it that have grok on it, like it says grok.
That's crazy.
GROK, spelled exactly like that.
Dude.
I mean, Elon's obsessed with these big three sci-fi writers, and like the purpose of grok. So that it's a book that takes place on Mars, and they're speaking like a Martian language. So you can already see why Musk is obsessed with it. And grokking means to consume knowledge or whatever. I think he depicts it as like water. It's like you grok water in this language, and it's like, what does that do? It becomes part of you. Like the water becomes part of your biology.
Yeah.
And so it's like, and this is how they actually advertise grok, is that it's like knowledge that it's like transcendent knowledge that becomes part of you. Like it becomes part of your material, like makeup almost. And so I just thought that was interesting. But and Heinlein also is mentioned in the book Weird Scenes from Laurel Canyon.
Yeah, Dave McGowan.
Yeah, he was part of the. He lived on was it Lookout Mountain?
The early Laurel Canyon days, and then even the 60s. He was real. His book was very popular among counterculture guys. I think Leary was obsessed with it as well.
Libertarians too.
Yes, no, libertarian. This was big even in like the mid 2000s kind of conspiracy movement. A lot of people considered this some sort of, secular sacred text almost among like, remember the Ron Paul days, people were always talking about this book. And I've never read it myself, but it's funny how it comes up with all these people. So yeah, they were Robert Heinlein had this literary society down in Los Angeles, and a lot of these people would get together and they would talk. And of course, Parsons was also kind of a literarily inclined guy. He liked to write a bunch of stupid poetry about Pan, and even wrote this. Actually, I got to pull up his Don Peyote, his peyote poem. He wrote this stupid poem that really goofy. I had it marked here. Problem, I got too many things marked. There it is. So Parsons, in one of these publications that he did of Crowley's kind of literary magazine, he made this magazine. He and Smith from the OTO made a magazine called the Oriflamme, Flamme, Oriflamme, and the centerpiece of the first issue was an untitled poem that Parsons wrote, and this is how it goes. I hight Don Quixote. I live on peyote, marijuana, morphine, and cocaine. I never knew sadness, but only a madness that burns at the heart and the brain. I see each charwoman ecstatic, inhuman, angelic, demonic, divine, each wagon a dragon, each beer mug a flagon that brims with ambrosial wine. The mountains are palaces, women are chalices, meant to be supped and not sold. The desert a banquet hall for a festival, ripe for the free and the bold. The wind and the sky are ours, heaven and all its stars. Waken and do what you will. Break with this demon spawn, hell-inspired nightmare bond. Magic lies over the hill. They said I was crazy, ambiguous, lazy, disgusting, fantastic, obscene. So I hide. HIED. I hide from my sagebrush and cactus and corn mush to see if the air was still clean. Oh, I hight Don Quixote. I live on peyote, marijuana, morphine, and cocaine. And may I be twice damned for a bank clerk or store hand if I visit the city again. So he's like really kind of a hack poet. And it's like, I don't know.
Like
It's
Little Miss Muffet nursery rhymes.
Yeah, like I am it's like some
Green
muffin
eggs
man.
and ham.
I will not eat green eggs and ham. I will only eat your cakes of light with menstrual jam.
Oh,
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, a lot of these people that were, a lot of these 20th century occult people, remember I was talking earlier how Crowley had a rap battle with Yeats, because Yeats was like old school. He was all about like the, we do white magic and here in the golden dawn, and we're Victorian gentlemen. And Crowley comes in, he's like, no, we do butt magic, and we'll open our third eyes in the toilets together. And it was like, so they had this kind of magical battle where they were both, kind of like casting hexes at each other and stuff. It was like 1914 poet rap battle. But yeah, so Hubbard comes around, and Hubbard is just this kind of wild character, to say the least. Like Hubbard comes in, let me find that page here. So yeah, from the interviews and memoirs, the other residents at 1003, which is the home that they lived in Pasadena, the OTO house, where it was just big commune, right? Free love, sex, drugs, rock and roll type stuff in the 1940s. So 1960s commune in the 1940s. But it seems clear that Hubbard had a personality that either charmed or repulsed immediately. This is from the book Strange Angel. So the breadth of his accomplishments seemed to rival those of the other polymath in Parsons' life, Aleister Crowley. Upon his arrival at 1003, Hubbard dominated conversations with his anecdotes and wits. He claimed to have been involved in counterintelligence during the war. He was a member of the famed Explorers Club, and he had this like kind of magnetism, right? But not everybody was duped, and you'll see this with a lot of these con men. The people who aren't duped by them, they'll often kind of just despise them and think they're despicable. So Jack Williamson was like another one of these OTO guys around. He had heard Hubbard's naval tales before meetings at the Manana Literary Society. He says, I recall his eyes, the wary, I'm sorry, this guy, I don't want to disparage him. He wasn't OTO. He was just at the Robert Heinlein Literary Society. He says, I recall his eyes, the wary light blue eyes that I somehow associate with the gunman of the Old West watching me sharply as he talked, as if to see as if his stories, much to Hubbard's, as he, read that sentence again. Fumbled that when I jumped to the next line. I recall his eyes, the wary light blue eyes that I somehow associate with the gunman of the Old West, watching me sharply as he talked, as if to see how much I believed, said Williamson. Not much. So I love that image. Like, that's actually a great image of a con man and kind of how they're looking at you like prey. And they're able to register like subtle eye movements and stuff because they're so in tune with their effect on the world, kind of these hyper megalomaniac people. And if you're not a true believer, they're going to pick up on it. And you see this in groups where there's a weird dynamic and there's this kind of highly influential person who comes around, or somebody with a so-called magnetic personality. Oftentimes, I would say, from the Orthodox perspective, from the Christian perspective, these are often just people that are really like demonized, Bob Dylan talking about how you made a deal with the prince of this world. And I think a lot of the times there's just people like that who've given themselves over to this kind of strange magnetism, and it comes at a cost, right? So a lot of people saw it. Nielsen Himmel enjoyed pointing out discrepancies in his story, much to Hubbard's irritation. He said, I can't stand phonies. And he was so obviously a phony, but he was not a dummy. He could charm the shit out of anybody. There are a few people who really didn't like him. They saw that he was full of it. So Hubbard impressed Parsons with his immediate understanding of Crowley's work and with his insight. So without being a member of these esoteric orders, Hubbard comes in and he's like, yeah, I know what you guys are doing. Because I would say probably because these are, this is a lot of this occult stuff is really just con man 101, right? It's like you get dirt on people, you get them doing weird things that make them hyper suggestible. You know how to use people who are in that suggestible state and that drug state. And a lot of these occult charged people had really traumatic childhoods as well. I'm not saying that, like, obviously traumatic childhood doesn't make you bad, but I think there is something to the, like, you see with you and Cameron and what they were doing with like the MK Ultra stuff of like sadly and horribly like traumatizing kids in order to try to bring about altered states. And I think this is a major aspect of cults. When you look at them, there's often this there's sadly child abuse that goes on. So a lot of these people I think had traumatic childhoods, is what I'm saying. So Parsons wrote about Hubbard to Crowley, and he says to him, about 3 months ago I met Captain L Ron Hubbard, a writer and explorer of whom I had known for some time. He's a gentleman, red hair, green eyes, honest and intelligent, and we have become great friends. Although he has no formal training in magic, he has an extraordinary amount of experience and understanding in the field. He is the most thelemic person I've ever met and is in complete accord with our own principles. So then Hubbard and Parsons, they used to fence together, right? So they would get in this big living room and do fencing bouts together. And Parsons was like a womanizer. So, not Parsons, I'm sorry, Hubbard. Parsons was as well. But Hubbard came in and immediately started like running through all the girls in the OTO lodge, just like one by one, taking everybody's girl, and he just kind of ran through all the women there, and he ends up running through Parsons' woman as well. And Parsons' wife, well, it was like his second wife, right? Now you remember how Parsons' first marriage ended up not working out, and he Parsons, do you have anything to add to that? First of all, I'll get into Parsons' like wife and his marriage situation too.
It's just funny because you look at a picture of Jack Parsons and a picture of L Ron Hubbard, and it was like Parsons was like a Chad, and it's like Hubbard was like literally a sci-fi nerd. I mean, he had the sci-fi nerd physiognomy, and it's just like funny to think that he was yeah. stealing his girls and stuff. Yeah, it's just
there's what's his name? There's Hubbard right there above me, and then let's see.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
And then there's Parsons. Parsons, like the, like the tall, dark, and handsome Hollywood lead
just
man.
Traditionally handsome. Yeah.
Yeah. But if you see him later, he starts to grow. He gets some little boobies. He grows some little Jack Parsons OTO B cups from his like hard living lifestyle. He's like a sweaty pig a little bit later on when he gets into his later 30s. But he had that kind of magnetism, and the women loved him. But if you look at, like, he's a ginger, like, right? Like, I guess maybe people thought gingers were really cool back then. Because remember Marjorie Taylor Greene? No, what was her name? Marjorie
Taylor
Cameron, was that her name?
Or Cameron? Yeah,
Marjorie Cameron. Who Marjorie Cameron was another one of the women that Parsons would do ritual magic with, and Marjorie Cameron was like this weird looking redheaded chick. Like, she was.
But that was intentional. He was looking for a redhead to fulfill the role of Babylon. Like there was a certain physical traits that he was looking for. He wrote that to Crowley, like, "Oh, I found my redheaded, green-eyed
scarlet woman.
Babylon." Yeah,
he's got red hair. Well, yeah, isn't that funny how they kind of immanentize everything? So the Scarlet Woman now, she has to have red hair.
Yeah,
she's got to have the it's these people are such weirdos.
He spoke the same about Hubbard too, because Hubbard was like
exactly. That's what I think. He's so
like a providential, a providential appearance, and he was like, "Oh yeah, when he's describing him to Crowley, he's talking about his having red hair and his eye color,
red hair, green eyes, honest and intelligent." Honest and intelligent. It's like the last. I mean, well, intelligent. Yes, he was highly intelligent, especially in manipulation of people. But honest, I think, is just so funny. Like he immediately becomes his dad, right? Like Parsons is writing to Crowley all the time, and he calls him like my dear father. Oh, dear Father Crowley.
And they never met. That's the crazy thing.
Never even met in person. No, and Crowley's just taking his money constantly. Like Crowley sets him up at the OTO. Remember, he gets rid of Smith. He coos Smith, but I mean, the way that Crowley coos Smith out of the OTO is he tells Smith, "Dude, I just realized. Oh no!" He's like, "OMG, you're a god, bro. You're not even like a person. You can't run the OTO. You're literally a god, and you have to go out into the desert and live as a hermit in order to work out your will and realize yourself as a god." So he tells Smith, bro, you got to go. And also you have to tattoo your face with like 666 or something like that and go out and just live in exile in the desert. Because that's the only way to live out your will. So he gets rid of this guy by flattery and by just playing into his delusion. And this dude, I think, ends up spending the rest of his life in like a miserable state. It's really sad what he did to this guy, but let me see if I can. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna find the passage about him sending him off to the desert and what happened with him. Because so anyway, so he puts Parsons in charge of the OTO, and the reason he puts Parsons in charge and the reason he was upset with this guy, Smith, who was running it before, is because he wasn't getting enough money. He was like, "You guys aren't sending me enough money anymore. I need my money to run my magical life over here, and I'm gonna write this like epic stuff, and I'm gonna publish." What did he say? He's like, "I'm doing the most epic tarot deck, man." He's like, I'm making a new tarot deck, and it's taking so much of my magical juices." And he's just over there, and I think he's in where is he at this point? Is he in Italy or is he in the UK? He's like in the last leg of his life. He's addicted to heroin. He's still surrounded by people who like are obsessed with him, but the well is kind of dried up at this point. So he puts Parsons in charge because he knows Parsons is a yes man. And if you see some of the correspondences in both of these books, you see some of the correspondences between Crowley and these other people, and the way he talks about Parsons, he's like, he basically says, this guy's kind of a retard and kind of just believes anything anybody tells him. That's how he sees Parsons. But all the while he's telling Parsons, like, "No, you're the perfect guy to run the OTO, man. Like, you're so powerful." Like,
so magical.
Yeah, you're so magical, bro. And Parsons, of course, he's bisexual, and he's daddyless. He's always looking for for kind of a father figure.
Magic Daddy, yeah.
He wants to keep. Will you be my new magic daddy, L Ron Hubbard, please? I need a new magic. You're red haired, you're green eyes, and you're so honest, and you're just like, oh, you look like such a handsome little nerd. Will you be my dad? But Parsons takes over. Crowley, let's see, with a fang smile of satisfaction peeking out from behind the solemn deadpan intonations, Crowley declared that Smith's mission was to find out which god he was the incarnation of. In order to do so, he would have to leave 1003, that was the address of the house, have his head tattooed with the number 666, and journey into the desert to contemplate his task. Most importantly, however, he was to have no contact with any other members of the lodge, because the divine nature must never be contaminated or cheapened by human associations. That's like,
These guys are such LARPers, man.
dude, that's like the most psychotic, messed up thing. You like, I don't know. I'm just
They're like Protestants, like how they read they read Revelation literally. It's like, oh, you need to put the mark on your forehead. Like
it's like Paula White's like, she's like, Paula White goes into a trance. She's like, shamalama, ding dong. Like, oh, and she like goes up to her husband. She's like, God has told me that you are a true prophet, and I need you. Like, she meets L Ron Hubbard, and he becomes like her new magical boyfriend. And then Paula White, like the Trump administration's like White House religion czar or whatever, she like channels, and God tells her, oh hubby, I love you so much, but by the power of by the power invested in me by Donald Trump, the Lord has told me that you must go into the desert, and you're a prophet. And we can't be contaminated. We can't be contaminating your beautiful prophetness with our lowliness. And we need you to leave so I can live here with L Ron Hubbard and Donald Trump in the White House. It's like just the stupidest, most base thing. So yeah, this guy leaves, and I think I wonder if it talks about him later in life. This dude's life is obviously a mess. Like, he was completely destroyed by this. Like, Smith was screwed. No doubt by this time you've got my solution. You will have got my solution to his Smith problem, he commented. His departure should clear things up considerably, although it will take time to get rid of the old influence. So yeah, really he's just trying to get rid of this dude and his influence and have Parsons lead the OTO. So then, yeah, later on, L Ron Hubbard comes. Parsons falls in love with him and asks him to adopt him as his dad. And Hubbard takes his girl. So it's like you almost feel bad for Parsons. But then, once you know the story of how Parsons' so-called wife and him got together, she is the little sister of his original wife. And his original wife, he got together with her before he became an OTO guy, and he brought her into the OTO, and she was kind of like his priestess. And then I think he ended up sending her to be Smith's girlfriend. Basically, like, he got over her, and she went out of town for a little bit, and everybody was doing poly stuff, right? They're all doing their hippie poly relationship. They're all a bunch of, they're free lovers and all this. And Betty, who's the younger sister, had been kind of spending time with Parsons and her older sister at this house, and she was 16 years old when Jack met her, and Jack seduced a 16-year-old, and by the time she was like 17, I think she was late into her 17th year, he decides, you know what, I'm kind of more into your little sister, and takes the little sister as his new chick and sends off the wife. And I think it was Smith that the wife was kind of quarantined off with. So then Hubbard comes, and Betty ends up kind of falling in love with him. So you've got let's see, it wasn't too long before he basically jumps onto Betty. Bob Cornog remembered stumbling into Parsons' room one morning to find Hubbard and Betty entwined like a starfish on a clam. Which is like, that's like the weirdest description of it was like a starfish on a clam. Now all eyes turned to Parsons, whose devotion to Betty had been absolute, to see how he would react. So this is the guy, he's all about free love, right? Like, you don't own her, You know, she's not your property, bro. Like we're all about, women's liberation and we're all about thelema and our own will. Like I don't need no woman. I'm Mr. Based bisexual guy. Well, turns out he was actually like really disturbed by it, and he started kind of falling apart then. This is Parsons would put on a grand show of remaining friends with Betty. They hugged and talked as before, and he accompanied Betty and Hubbard on trips as the genial elder brother. So he gets into this full on like he's just like in this cuckold relationship with Hubbard.
It's just esoteric cuckery.
It's like, but this is based, bro. Like you understand, like this is thelemic. This is magical. Like we got 666 and stuff, right? You got freaking pentagrams. So it's like this pentagram cuckoldry. So it's really cool and edgy. But it's
it reminds me of John Dee and Edward Kelly, like the wife swapping,
Yeah. Well, and of course,
there's actually a connection there. That's where the whole like Babylon ritual was like it was just plagiarizing John Dee. Essentially, it was like, well, we need to like do this Enochian magic to summon this elemental.
Yep. So he starts to get this relationship with Hubbard, right? And then he's getting it, his magical stuff is getting weirder and weirder. And even Crowley. So in 1943, Crowley warned Parsons, I don't like at all what you say about witchcraft. All this black magic stuff is 75% nonsense and the rest plain dirt. There's not even any point to it. So that's kind of funny coming from Crowley, right? Like Crowley's always, he's the black magician guy. But he even sees a lot of this black magic stuff as like just being nonsense, some of the stuff that Parsons is into. So I don't know if this is Crowley just wanting to kind of be hyper controlling about it. Even though Crowley's thing is do what thou wilt, right? His whole thing is you just do your thing, man. Just do what you want, bro. Just do what thou wilt, but as long as that lines up with Crowley's will, I guess it's okay.
Well, there was like a scammy aspect even to the OTO and how people worked there, like how the members work their way up the ranks. Like there was like a pyramid scheme aspect to it. Like I don't know if you got in. I don't remember if John Carter got into this, but there was a whole like testing of like, you have to pass a certain test to advance to the next level, but it was really controlled, and it was like just the higher levels got to choose if they passed the test or not. But there was like some of the things that Parsons was doing was that involved that, like there was a negation of words. Like he would do something like go a whole week without saying the word and if you say the word and, you punish yourself by slicing your arm. Like, so there'd be people like
that sounds like weird OCD stuff that people are becoming psychotic and schizophrenic.
It was all psychological, manipulation. Yeah, but like they were describing, and you could see photos of this too. Like some of the low, like the low tier plebs, like that couldn't advance. Like they would have all these marks on their arms because they kept failing and like having to punish themselves. So there was like a masochism stuff in there, but. That I see when I read that, I was like, this is like a pyramid scheme. This is like, you can see where Hubbard got Dianetics from. Like there was a whole like auditing phase to like work your way up to the next rank.
Right. Well, I mean, even the word Dianetics, that kind of comes like there's this association with the practice of Dianism that's in OTO, right? Like Dianism being, I mean, it's kind of gross, but it's like Dianism is like their sexual magic thing of getting to a high state of arousal without termination with your, without releasing your gender fluids. That's what it is, right? So Dianism and Dianetics even have this kind of linguistic connection, and he probably got the term Dianetics from that, even though Dianetics and Scientology isn't like a weird sex cult like the OTO is. There are just aspects of kind of this, the structure of it does seem to have greatly influenced what Hubbard did there.
Well, there is a lot of essay that goes on in the Church of Scientology.
Oh, like not in the rituals, but just like in
actual ritual abuse.
Interesting. Okay, yeah. I haven't looked too deeply into that.
That's a whole rabbit hole. Yeah.
So then maybe it is more influenced by OTO than I'd realized. So when Hubbard comes in, Hubbard takes his girl. He starts doing magical stuff, with Hubbard, but this is after Parsons had this really hard time. He kind of has a breakdown, right? Like he's freaked out. But remember, Crowleyanism and Tantra is all about embracing. You got to embrace this this state of moving past your hangups. So it's like this consistent breaking of boundaries in your conscience, and you know, I mean, it kind of just shows how natural monogamy is when you look at how these people in these like weird kind of freaky deaky cults, like sex cults, how they really do suffer, right? And even just people doing normal, not normal, but like people that are trying to normalize polyamory. Like remember Aubrey Marcus was doing all these podcasts about how great his poly relationship is, and then he ends up just having like a total breakdown multiple times. And
well, this is what the Tate brothers are promoting too, you know.
Yeah, but it's so they're based in trad, bro.
Oh yeah.
They're yeah. So there's all the poly stuff. You see how it really messes with people. It's not just this like free love. Oh, I'm gonna have multiple girlfriends because I'm a giga chad and I deserve multiple women. I mean, look at Parsons. He's a classically handsome guy hanging out in Pasadena. You know, comes from a relatively rich family who lost their wealth in the the market crash, but he's renowned in his culture, and he's running this sex cult. And Hubbard comes in and just throws his world upside down by taking his girl and just seemingly rubbing it in his face. Like they're in Parsons' room in his house, and described by his friends as entwined like a starfish on a clam. I don't know who the starfish and who the clam is, but so Crowley and him start having kind of a falling out, and Parsons is he's not really doing his OTO rituals. He's kind of doing stuff on his own. And let's see, we've got Foreman's wife. So his buddy Foreman, who he's friends with in the early rocket days, who he built JPL with, his wife Jean said they were tinkering with magic spells as they had with their rockets. And so they were doing all these weird spells. It seems that Foreman was returning to his bedroom late one night following a performance of a ritual when he felt the whole house shake. At the same time, he heard a piercing scream coming from outside his window, and looking looking out of it, as you would recall, he saw a number of horrible entities floating outside his window. What he recognized as banshees, female spirits whose wailing warns of a death in the house. With the sound of their screams filling his ears, he rushed downstairs to ask the other members of the house if they too could hear it, but nobody could. Up until then, he had not believed in Jack's hobby. So, this guy wasn't even an OTO member. I forgot. Like this guy, he's kind of hanging out with Jack, and he always thought this stuff was kind of kooky. So then when Jack asks him, I mean, it just shows you, like, if you don't have your guard up, even though this guy didn't believe in it, he's like, this is goofy stuff. He ends up hearing like wailing banshees because he's helping Jack with his rituals that he didn't even believe in. So he, the events that night would unsettle Foreman for the rest of his life. Foreman was not the only one suffering from Parsons' devil-may-care attitude. A worried Jane Wolfe now wrote to Carl Germer about Parsons' new pursuits. There's something strange going on, she said. Our own Jack is enamored of witchcraft and Humford and voodoo. So Jack starts to go a little bit crazy, and then he says that he's impregnating statuettes with a vital force by magical invocation and selling them. And so these people are like, even in the OTO, they're getting freaked out, right? So they're saying that they have to do banishing rituals all the time because Parsons is just doing such dark stuff. And these are the people who are doing a Gnostic mass from Crowley. But they're like, yeah, man, I don't know, this guy Jack, like he's doing all this really dark stuff. I think that's kind of funny. And so then he kind of tries to go down his own path a little bit and goes outside of Crowley's instruction and ends up Rogers believed that Parsons was trying to conjure a demon to dispatch Hubbard, his rival in love. So this is all during his kind of like midlife crisis. He's in his cuckold relationship. He lost his girl to his new magical dad, and he's freaking out. So this person describes this weird thing where they awaken on a bleak morning in December by weird, disturbing noises coming from Jack's room, which sounded for all the world as though someone were dying, or at the very least were deathly ill. So as they walked in and they see him, the room, which was The room in which I had been before was decorated in a manner typical to an occultist lair, with all the symbols and appurtenances essential to the proper practice of black magic. It was dimly lit and smoky from a pungent incense. Jack was draped in a black robe and stood with his back to us, his arms outstretched, in the center of a pentagram before some sort of an altar affair on which several indistinguishable items stood. His voice, which was not actually very loud, rose and fell in a rhythmic chant of gibberish, which was delivered in such a passion and intensity that its meaning was frighteningly obvious. After this brief and uninvited glimpse into the blackest and most secret center of a tortured man's soul, we quietly withdrew and returned to our room. So this is when he gets into the Enochian magic, which was like from John Dee, who was the...
And this was what I was referencing earlier about the guy was like, he peered into the ritual and was just kind of like, whoa, like what is going on?
Like, what is this weirdo doing?
It was like if you were to imagine what a LARPing Satanist would do, it's like standing in the middle of a pentagram with like stinky incense and like wearing a black robe and chanting some nonsense. Yeah.
Well, it's not even just that. It's like the rituals also call for the self-production of your own boomer fluids. So Jack Parsons, he's making his own boomer fluids to be used in this, and this is called sympathetic magic, right? So this book, The Golden Bough, which was really influential to a lot of these people, that's what the ritual calls for focused self-pleasuring, and this is the sympathetic magic. So he's like performing, he's like rage crying and like playing with his dinghy and
doing a coom ritual.
Yeah, he's like rage crying cooming in the middle of a pentagram, like raging at L Ron Hubbard, who he's also kind of like in love with, right? This is how twisted this dude ends up getting. And so he did this ritual like a bunch of times for a few weeks, and he repeated the ritual several times the following week. And then he started using his own blood instead of his other fluids, began to record any phenomena he thought were related to his actions. So you can see, he tries to get in this heightened state through all these really gross acts, right? And then he's got to record everything that's happening, because part of like the oath that he's taking in these magical workings is to see everything as basically a sign from God, right? So like, I'm going to do this ritual, and then everything that happens afterward is going to be related. So it ends up with this weird paranoid state, and he's on drugs too. Remember, this dude's like cocaine, methamphetamine, peyote, opioids, marijuana. He's doing all the drugs, doing all the sex rituals, and then, well, now everything that happens has got to be some weird synchronistic thing, and it all has meaning. So you're basically making yourself schizo, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, a lot of that was like, I mean, that's kind of like what you were talking about earlier with like all this symbology, like seemingly being some kind of synchronicity, and it's like a lot of it is just like self-fulfilling prophecy that they impose. Like they're just like, well, this is we did this this esoteric coom ritual, so therefore everything after that has to be, related to that, some kind of coom synchronicity that happens after that.
Somebody put in the chat said simp magic. Sympathetic magic.
Like goon crying. Yeah.
Goon crying. So he's goon crying in his simp magic ritual. So we got to make sure we got a lot of Zoomers who are watching this, right? So we got to make sure that they understand this. So basically, guys, L Ron Hubbard is a Giga Chad. He comes up and brutally frame mogs Jack Parsons, takes his goon toy, jacks his goon toy, and then Jack Parsons has to rage goon and do simp magic to try to get her back. And in the middle of his rage gooning, when he's full on cry joking in the middle of a pentagram, and then amid all this time of him trying to get like his power back and get his chick back, he ends up kind of suppressing his feelings. I'll come out of the Zoomer meme speak now. I can't keep going with that. But so he comes out of his rage joke, and he um he he feels better about it. He's like, you know what? He eventually kind of becomes like at peace with it. So Hubbard had taken over Smith's old bedroom at the house, and he and Betty basically like lived in this room together. But some people started to think, so let's see, were these really spirits speaking to him? So Jack starts to think the spirits are talking to him, right? He's like, the magic is working, dude. I'm feeling a little bit better, super sensitive, and he's like in this highly suggestible state. Yeah. And at some point, he says later in his room, Parsons heard strange raps. So he starts to hear things like rapping on the door. He starts to say, he says, Parsons knew what was happening. Hubbard pinned it to the door with 4 throwing knives with which he was expert. No, I'm sorry. So he invited Hubbard to sit in on his future rituals, and the visions continued to appear. So he tells Hubbard, like, dude, you should come. You're my new dad, right? So you should come and sit in on my goon cry rituals. And Hubbard starts hanging out with him in his rituals. So, I mean, this is the craziest. This is a totally broken down psychotic person who's drugged and ritual magicked himself into like this kind of really suggestible state. And Hubbard just comes and just mogs his entire life and just basically consumes him and is like, all right, dude, like, I know he's in this cope session, and Hubbard's like, yeah, I'll come monitor your coping, bro. So I think Hubbard just starts messing with him at this point. Like, Hubbard sees this guy. I think he despises Jack. I think he sees Jack as just another step in the road, another, stepping stone on the way to more power. And Parsons starts hearing voices and stuff. Later in his room, Parsons heard the strange raps again. So he's hearing rapping on the door. He's hearing things. He's hearing a buzzing metallic voice crying, "Let me go free." But Hubbard had taken over the old bedroom that's right across the hall from where Jack was living, where Parsons was living. So he's right across the hallway with his chick, with Betty. And they could so easily just come right across and start like tapping on his door. Oh, you're going crazy, but you're also so powerful. Like, give me all your money or whatever. Maybe you should like give L Ron Hubbard $20,000. So I think that's what's going on here. You've got Hubbard and Betty just start messing with Jack because I think they hate him. Like, I think Betty despises Jack. She was like a runaway girl who stole her older sister's husband. I mean, these are psychopaths, right? These are not.
Like I heard the voice of a goon angel calling my name. Yeah.
So yeah, dude. I mean, this is so pathetic. So Parsons, this supposedly powerful magician, right? Like, this con man moves in and just takes over his life. So then Parsons like brings Hubbard into his magical workings, and he's like, let's go to the Mojave Desert together, bro. I'm fine with you having my wife. That's okay. Everything's cool. So they go to the Mojave Desert to do this ritual. And they, little did Marjorie Cameron know what she was getting herself into when she arrived at 1003 on January 18th, 1946. Her arrival coincided exactly with Parsons' return from the Mojave. He was overwhelmed by the magnetism between the two of them. In a letter to Crowley, Parsons declares, "I have my elemental," describing her as fiery and subtle, determined and obstinate, sincere and perverse, with extraordinary personality and intelligence. So he goes and does this magic ritual with Hubbard. He comes back, and the day he comes back, he believes he manifests Marjorie Cameron. And Marjorie Cameron is this redheaded girl. I got to pull up a picture of Marjorie Cameron. But she's, actually, I'm not going to bother right now because there's so much here just in the book, and we've been going forever. And we should have done this like a 2-parter because this is like, there's so much here.
Well, we kind of will, because then we talked about we would do another one for my book club because we're reading Sex and Rockets. But yeah, we can talk about that later.
Let's do it, man. Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, we'll be expanding on this more. We'll have some more fun over on Anthony Westgate's channel, and make sure to subscribe to his channel. Like he's got some top notch stuff. I really love all the stuff he's been doing. So everybody, if you're not subscribed here, also subscribe, like it, share the video, do all that stuff. So he gets back. and his elemental shows up, right? Like this woman shows up, and he believes he incarnated this goddess that's like a female messiah, and he calls her Babylon, which is, he's again just they can only invert Christian imagery, so he's like incarnating this Babylon figure. What do you make of this? His like the Babylon incarnation.
It's a reference to the whore of Babylon from Revelation. At least that's what I think. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Carter. I kind of had like a few resources on this, but yeah, I believe it was a reference to, again, it's just aping Christian eschatology.
Yeah.
So, this is part of this immanentizing the eschaton. It's like, oh, our Babylon is here. Our whore of Babylon is here. And, they saw it as this sign of the apocalypse or something. But she, I mean, I don't know if she was how involved she was in all these sex magic rituals, if she was also running through a bunch of men, probably.
Oh yeah, she was a libertine.
Liberated. Yeah, she was a libertine. She was like kind of this feminist icon type.
Well, you remember in the 60s, she became real famous because she was in Kenneth Anger's film, what was that film called? Something like the Pleasure Dome or whatever, or like inauguration of the Pleasure Dome.
Was she was also in a film about Parsons' life where they, if I'm not mistaken, or was she involved in the making of it or something?
She really leaned into she really later in life, she started saying like, yes, I am the incarnation of a goddess, right? Like she believed it. She believed that she was Crowley's, like, what was it called? Like the moon child or whatever. So she went through phases, I think too. Like at times she denied it and said like, nah, I don't know, it didn't work. But I think she was a kind of a grifter, and I think she grifted a lot of Hollywood people and really kind of, I'm not saying that there's not something to like these people are clearly very kind of demonized, and I think they're really tapping into real forces, very, subtle things and not so subtle things, right? Like somebody in the chat earlier said, there's not much subtle about like the butt stuff that all these people are doing, but they're opening themselves up to these influences, and she's clearly a like really demonized person. But I think there's an aspect of con man to all of these people. And they're opportunistic grifters, which is, of course, completely in line with being demonized. You're going to be self-aggrandizing. The demon's job is to ape God. Satan wants to usurp God and make man think that he can himself become a god. So, she was like a 60s icon kind of around Hollywood. I mean, she wasn't massively famous, but she was like underground famous, among like Roman Polanski types, Kenneth Anger. She lived with Dennis Hopper and Dean. What's his name?
James Dean.
No, Dean, the guy in Blue Velvet, the guy that sings the Roy Orbison song "In Dreams." That he was this old school actor, and she and Dennis Hopper and that guy lived together.
No, Dean Martin.
Dean something.
Yeah, I know. I know his face.
Yeah, I mean, he was really good in Blue Velvet, and Dennis Hopper's in Blue Velvet as well. So it's these people all kind of, there's this kind of weird thing with, it's not even weird, it's understandable, obsession with Crowleyanism and ritual magic in LA.
Oh yeah, Dean Stockwell,
Dean Stockwell, that's it, Dean Stockwell. So so she shows up, Marjorie Cameron shows up, she becomes a little famous later on, and at this point, Crowley's even worried about Jack, and he's telling Parsons, he says, it seems to me that there's a danger of your sensitiveness upsetting your balance. Any experience that comes your way, you have a tendency to overestimate. So he's hyper suggestible, right? And again, what's weird too is like this is the drug psychosis state also, which becomes the norm in the 60s and almost ritualized at a mass scale with the spreading of LSD, psilocybin, and look at now, like everyone, they're normalizing these things for therapy and stuff. And these are just ways to open you up to being hyper suggestible. And when you're opened up to being hyper suggestible, your surrounding environment is going to imprint on you even more intensely, which is the same thing that they're doing with ritual abuse as well. It opens you up to being hypersensitive and to the intense imprinting of either behaviors or modes of being, or even perhaps spiritual things that will influence the person, which is, it's this opposite of theosis. So yeah, like, anyways, Jack Parsons, he starts having these visions, trying to figure out what's going on. He seems kind of a little bit lost in all this stuff, and he channels like a new book. So Parsons went out in the desert one more time, and he ends up channeling what he called the Book of Babylon. So Parsons intended his divinely inspired book to be the fourth edition to Crowley's own volume. But Parsons' book is a jumble of archaisms and colloquialisms. Its sole coherent thread, the repeated references to flame and madness. It lacks the cohesion of Crowley's work. So, like, this is OTO people kind of reject it. They're like, this isn't canonical, right? Like, only Crowley's stuff is like canon for these weirdos. And they say, yeah, his stuff is inconsistent. So Parsons is channeling this stuff.
He's a Crowleyan heretic.
Yeah, they even have heretics, right? Like, they do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, as long as it lines up with Crowley's will. And yeah, we hate all these Christian bigots, and we hate Christianity, but we're just going to ape it in every single way, including having heretics. So Hubbard starts seeing visions, right? And Hubbard, a fatigued Hubbard, saw a vision calling an end to the working. So Hubbard becomes basically his magical channeler. He's like, John Dee and Edward Kelly. So he's like Kelly to John Dee.
Well, and that's actually where the Babylon ritual came from.
Yes,
it's like directly from John Dee.
Yeah,
it was like the Enochian magic. That's like where the whole elemental summoning was from. It was like they just pulled from his script.
Yep. I'm gonna find this page in here where it describes the Babylon working in Sex and Rocket's book. So yeah, so the Babylon work. This is in 1946, January to February, and so Parsons. So this book, the Sex and Rockets book, kind of describes like the little ritual that they do, and it's super pathetic. It's basically it's just a lot of these rituals that they end up doing are kind of Hubbard taking this dude for a ride, I think. Like some of it's
he was ad-libbing a sci-fi novel basically with him.
He's just freestyling. So like some Dianetics weird stuff. It's like pre-Dianetics. He's just practicing for when he can freestyle all of Scientology. So they do these like invocations, and they're doing like really serious stuff. It takes hours. They have to do all these conjurations and like drawing pentagrams in the air and
conceiving a moon child.
Yeah, like that. It's all very it's all very ritualistic, very canonical within the inverted canonical world of the OTO. And trying to find, so yeah, Parsons' drug use. Let's see. So he's using drugs, right? Now we don't really know exactly which drugs he's using in this, but drugs were always an important part of his magic. So he's doing these invocations. It involves drugs. It involves his own arousal, and his gender fluids, and it's so it's just doing everything gross that you can think of, and like kind of smashing it together.
I have a note on this. There's two phases to the Babylon ritual. The first is the invocation of an elemental. So this is what comes from John Dee's angelic Enochian magic. And this was from the 8th degree of the OTO. So again, just kind of hijacked Masonic rituals. So like this stuff is like happening presumably to some degree in Masonic initiation rituals or whatever. Like there's a humiliation aspect to it, but yeah, it's literally called magical gooning, let's say. That's how it's described.
Simp magic.
Yeah, literal goon magic. And so this is where he would like Parsons would energize or fertilize an Enochian talisman with his coom. And then, yeah, this is what they call the marrow of the wand. I mean, this is literally what's in the book. Marrow of the wand.
Goofy.
And so he would make these Enochian talismans. I don't know if this was from John Dee or if they're just kind of like adding a.
I feel like that's a lot of that stuff's
like,
probably like Crowley stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think John Dee. They were a little bit more, prim and proper.
Yeah. Well, they were Protestants, so they're a little more puritanical about things.
Yes,
they didn't really want a wife swap. The demons made them do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. The angels, the Enochian angels, told me that we have to switch wives. Yes, but we must do it.
But yeah, and so Hubbard, like you were saying, Hubbard would act as he would sit in the cuck chair and act as the seer or the scribe to document these visions that Parsons would have during these magic coom rituals. So quite literally the same as how Edward Kelly would be the seer for John Dee. And then phase 2 was with the Scarlet Woman, which was Marjorie Cameron in 1946 when she arrived. And this was the 9th degree of the ritual. And so according to Cameron, this involved 2 of them spending 2 weeks in bed, just doing things that people do in bed.
No, this is magic. This is magical ritual, my friend. This is high.
Consummating of the Moonchild, basically. And they would recording communications from the goddess Babylon.
Dude. Here's Marjorie Cameron. This is the... Marjorie Cameron right here. That's
a famous photo of her.
Yeah, the one on the right is a little bit more flattering. On the left,
smoking. I wonder if she bought into the Edward Bernays propaganda of the torches of freedom.
Yeah, she's got a freedom torch there.
That's the women smoking campaign. That's how you got half the country smoking. All the women got smoking from that.
I love the unfiltered face reveal on the left there, where she's just completely like, that's tense.
I can fix her.
But you like all these 60s, 1960s kind of all the boomers in LA in the 60s, they thought this woman was just awesome. They're like, that woman is fine. She's like remember that Game of Thrones, like the witch in Game of Thrones? She's the Scarlet Woman. Oh, that's interesting. It's kind of based on her, I guess. Right? Remember what's her name? Stupid show, Game of Thrones. But yeah, she's really she's like the hot redhead, and she's the witch who's kind of running the show. And then you realize later on that part of her magic is to make herself seem beautiful, but she's actually this old, decrepit hag who's just disgusting. And I think.
And people in the chat are mentioning her artwork. If you ever look up her artwork of Jack Parsons, it's like super demented.
Oh yeah, she had that. Yeah. She painted Parsons as like a demon. Yeah.
So again, probably laying into the grift that she, like that ongoing grift of her just being like Jack Parsons, widower. Really demonic. Yeah, she did
Ugly.
I think she did that painting of him as the Dark Angel or whatever. I think that was her.
That's that one. There. Yeah. But yeah, she had some exhibitions. I mean, she made out well. She made out better than Parsons did. Parsons ends up miserable, insane, and dead.
That one of him as the Dark Angel, she said that was when he was doing the Babylon ritual. Like that was how she saw him.
Didn't she paint that when he was alive and put it up in their house?
Yeah.
These people would walk into their house for their drinking parties and stuff, and they would try to bring kind of straight people in, like who they're going to eventually try to bring into the OTO. And these people in Pasadena would show up at this house, and this is what they see: this like demon artwork on the wall. And then they go to these parties, and then by the end of the party, people are like running around a fountain naked, and they lived in this communal household, and they had children around too. It's really gross. Like they had all these kids around that are watching this stuff, and it's I mean, it really. I keep going back to this. This is like a sigil of the '60s to come. I mean,
Hmm.
this is what Leary and all these people like aspired to. They loved this stuff. They thought this
Well,
was
they were
awesome.
also putting out classified ads throughout Pasadena for like roommates at the parsonage.
Yeah.
And the way that they were doing it was like really subversive. It was like, nothing about um, any kind of like esoteric cult stuff. It was like, oh no, no Christians. We want like bohemians only. Like
You can't
open mind.
believe
Like
in
they're almost
God. He put
describing a
that.
hippie. It
He
was
put
like
you
they were
can't believe in
describing a
God in the ad.
yeah, like they were describing a 1940s hippie essentially. It's like
Yep.
people that would be drawn to a commune.
I mean, it's really I think the '60s. Everybody looks at the '60s as if it was some flash in the pan thing that just showed up out of nowhere. Oh, people like got some drugs and they just opened their mind, but there was a process that was being worked out since. I mean, we could go all the way back to the Protestant Reformation, the
Yeah.
Enlightenment, and it all starts with the filioque. But no, really it does. I mean, this is
Actually, yeah, it
yeah,
does.
like unironically, it's like, well, in the
Yeah, that's
beginning,
how
God
Western,
created
like
the.
Western, if you trace the history of Western esotericism back far enough, it starts in the Vatican.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the Renaissance and the Reformation, then the Enlightenment, and I mean, we're obviously you have to paint in generalities here, but the '60s weren't just something that just happened out of nowhere. Then all of a sudden, for no reason at all. No, I mean, this is something that was building up and is the logical conclusion of what was happening before. I mean, this is why I think I really enjoyed Gravity's Rainbow and the analysis, which is, I mean, we only touched on maybe 5% of that in the stream. Was it like last month or a couple months ago? But Gravity's Rainbow kind of chronicles and shows how this '60s counterculture movement that Pynchon was writing this during the late '60s and early '70s. He was writing it while living between like Manhattan Beach and New York. And you can tell it's him just kind of being freaked out by everything that's going on, trying to process this and like figure out how we got to that place. And Gravity's Rainbow is about the '60s, but it is a novel that takes place in the last year of the war of the World War II. And I think it's definitely one of the most important pieces of American literature of the 20th century, in that it really does show this melding and this kind of alchemical obsession with both magic, ritual magic and Western esotericism and science, and how these things they're not separate, right? Like Crowley and Parsons, you wouldn't have the moon missions, the so-called, like, you wouldn't have the space program, you wouldn't have NASA and all this modern mythology and weird eschatology that you have now being pushed by Spielberg, by Hollywood, by, even the current administration who's constantly teasing like, oh, disclosure's coming. Disclosure's coming. You wouldn't have any of this if it weren't for guys like Parsons, who's doing like magical rage coom rituals, and getting conned by L Ron Hubbard. I mean, this is the guy that invented like solid fuel for rockets. You couldn't even have the fuel that you have now for rockets if it weren't for this guy. And so Parsons ends up going back to like Gravity's Rainbow. There's this crazy passage, and I was thinking about this earlier. Let me find this. So Pynchon talks about how the roots of modern science with concerning plastics and hydrocarbons and the whole like so-called fossil fuel revolution. This all goes back to a German scientist called Friedrich August Kekulé. So there's this passage in Gravity's Rainbow. It's kind of about halfway through the book, and you have this character called Pokler, who's a German. He's a German engineer who's kind of like caught up in this war machine, and he's a lot like Jack Parsons, except, you know, Parsons is like a kind of a more wicked character. Pokler himself is kind of he just wants to build rockets and work on rocketry and be an engineer, and he kind of thinks like, well, we're going to use this to go to the stars. But really his stuff's all being used for the V2 rocket program to be dropping bombs on London and, you know, trying to win this war. And a lot of the labor that's being used to build it is from the labor camps around him, and his daughter and his wife are even in one of these labor camps because his wife was kind of this leftist. So Pokler's this real interesting kind of conflicted character. And so we've got Pokler starts kind of having this, there's this passage here. So Pokler may be only witnessing tonight, or he may really be part of it. He hasn't been shown which it is. Look at this. There's about to be expedited for Frederick August Kekulé von Stradonitz, his dream of 1865. So this is a real dream that Kekulé had. So he kind of gives this gloss over history within the fictional narrative here. He says, his dream of 1865, the great dream that revolutionized chemistry and made the IG possible, IG being IG Farben, the chemical cartel that was kind of the model for the future state of, you know, the US and Europe, really. So it made the IG possible so that the right material may find its way to the right dreamer. Everything involved must be exactly in place in the pattern. It was nice of Jung to give us the idea of an ancestral pool in which everybody shares the same dream material. But how is it we're each visited as individuals, each by exactly and only what he needs? Doesn't that imply a switching path of some kind, a bureaucracy? Why shouldn't IG go to seances? They ought to be quite at home with the bureaucracies of the other side. Kekulé's dream here is being routed now past points which may arc through the silence in bright reluctance to live inside the moving moment in imperfect human light, over here interfering with the solemn binary decisions of these agents who are now allowing the cosmic serpent in the violent splendor of its scales shining that is definitely not human to pass without feeling, without wonder, after you get a little time in, whatever that means over here. One of these archetypes gets to look pretty much like any other. Oh, you hear some of these new hires, the seersucker crowd, come in the first day. Wow, hey, that's the tree of creation, huh? Ain't it? Jeepers. But they calm down fast enough, pick up the reflexes for intent to gawk. You know, self-criticism is an amazing technique. It shouldn't work, but it does. Here's the rundown on Kekulé's problem. Started out to become an architect, turned out instead to be one of the Atlantes of chemistry, one of the organic wing of that useful edifice bearing down on the top of his head forever, not just under the aspect of IG, but of world, world with a capital W, assuming that's a distinction for you that you observe. So it goes on here. It says, it's time, James, you're beginning to enjoy your... Wait, where is it? I'm trying to find this part where it's... There it is. Kekulé dreams the great serpent holding its own tail in its mouth. Right, so you've got this idea of the seance. Why shouldn't IG go to a seance? And it compares this seance that's happening with these IG Farben people with this like seance of spirits in the spirit realm that are influencing man in this kind of hierarchy of beings that these people think they're contacting, which of course we would say that they really are contacting these, you know, so-called intelligences. So Kekulé dreams the great serpent holding its tail in its mouth, the dreaming serpent which surrounds the world. But the meanness, the cynicism with which this dream is to be used, the serpent that announces the world is a closed thing, cyclical, resonant, eternally returning, is to be delivered into a system whose only aim is to violate the cycle, taking and not giving back, demanding that productivity and earnings keep on increasing with time, the system removing from the rest of the world these vast quantities of energy to keep its own tiny, desperate fraction showing a profit. And not only most of humanity, most of the world, animal, vegetable, and mineral, is laid waste in the process. The system may or may not understand that it's only buying time, and that time is an artificial resource to begin with, of no value to anyone or anything but the system, which sooner or later must crash to its death when its addiction to energy has become more than the rest of the world can supply, dragging with it innocent souls all along the chain of life. Living inside the system is like riding across the country in a bus driven by a maniac bent on suicide. though he's amiable enough, keeps cracking jokes back through the loudspeaker. Good morning, folks. This is Heidelberg here. We're coming into now, the old refrain, I lost my heart in Heidelberg. So it goes on. It's like just this kind of winding, sinuous prose. But this is a real dream that Kekulé had, right? This serpent swallowing its own tail ended up giving him this was the vision that he had. Kekulé's serpent gave him the benzene ring, the form of the benzene ring, which is like this hexagonal shape that ends up being the building block for most of modern chemistry and all of the synthetics and the plastics and the hydrocarbon fuels and everything that ends up being used for the war machine. So there's this, it's a crazy passage. I only read a few parts of it, but the dream of Kekulé, that's actually real history. This was some supposedly brilliant scientist, and he had a daydream, and he sees this Ouroboros, this kind of occult symbol, and this guy's probably involved with, who knows what sort of 19th century weird groups and seances and whatnot. And this vision that he has changes the world. Right, so he's Kekulé in a lot of ways is a lot like a Jack Parsons, where Jack Parsons is he's building these rockets and he gets his inspiration not just through crunching the numbers and doing the science, but also seance. Right, like we're just a couple letters away from seance in the word science itself. Anyways, sorry to digress there. We're at the Babylon working with Hubbard. Hubbard's kind of big con, his final con on Parsons is coming here. Parsons is kind of reaching the end of the line, right? Like the Babylon working, I think a lot of people talk about like this Babylon working and how profound this is, and how like you got L Ron Hubbard going out into the desert on behalf of Crowley, and he's doing this ritual with Parsons. I think there's like some nuance to this though, as well as like I don't think it's just like Crowley didn't send them out there. Crowley thought a lot of this was a little bit silly. He's like, dude, I don't know what you're doing. This is not my thing. I think you need to reel it in. And part of that is just megalomaniac Crowley, megalomaniac Jack Parsons. They're both trying to get stuff done in a different way. They've both got kind of different visions for what they want to do. But I think a lot of people, you see some people who get into this story and they start to see this as like, actually immanentizing some sort of an eschatological accelerant, and like that maybe a new age was really born within this ritual. And both of these books tend to present this as something that's like kind of a failure, right? And I'm not saying I know exactly what happened here, but I think I don't think it's nothing. I think it's interesting. I think these people are most assuredly really important 20th century weirdos who kind of drove culture in a certain way, but I don't think that, they literally incarnated some, pre-Antichrist figure, or that, I don't put too much. I don't think this is like actually something that worked. What do you think? What do you think, man, Anthony? What do you think about the Babylon working here?
Yeah, I don't think that there's an actual eschatological significance to that. I mean, this is something that's been going on for millennia. Not specifically like the Babylon ritual, but I mean, I think there's a mix of both, and it's very hard to discern at times, and not just with this, but with almost anything that's like occult related. Like how much of it is an actualizing of like demonic forces in the material world, and how much of it is just the grifting that we're talking about. Like there is a lot of scamming that just coincides with Western esotericism. A lot of the text in the esoteric tradition were like pseudonymously or pseudepigraphy written, and they were plagiarized to varying degrees. They're regurgitated syncretic ideas. they're repurposed, they're recycled over time. That's a lot of what you see going on here. But it is hard to know, like, I mean, because when you think about the trajectory of this stuff, it's like it did materialize science fiction in the sense that, we now are spending billions of dollars per year on NASA's space program to launch these phallic objects to penetrate the firmament, right? And there's like a big transhumanist aspect to that. And then, whether or not these guys like Elon Musk are LARPing, in the sense that they like want to transcend humanity by colonizing Mars and all this stuff, building data centers on Mars. I think that it has been very successful in permeating the public consciousness to such a degree that, here we are talking about it. And if we are even alluding to being like, quote, space deniers or whatever, we are seen as like these absolute, like we're viewed as insane as someone like Jack Parsons, like we are.
Yeah, you don't want to go to the moon,
fringes.
bro. You don't want to go, bro. We're sending probes to Uranus. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, Crowley was also sending probes to Uranus.
Yeah. It says John Carter says that he was, Crowley was like specifically interested in butt stuff, like even with women. But yeah, I mean, it's like, this has been insanely influential. And so in that regard, I think that there was some kind of like, whether you want to call it like an alchemical transmutation of like the public consciousness, there was something like that going on. Hard to pinpoint where it started.
That's well said, man. Yeah, that's really well said. Here's this another little passage from Gravity's Rainbow, which really ties in here. I think Pynchon was I think he was really tapped into to kind of the zeitgeist and what was going on. So he says here, this isn't the voice of Pynchon, right? Like this is the narration, which is kind of this almost disembodied third person limited narration that does come in and out. And this is in the disintegration of the character Slothrop is happening here towards the end of the novel. Slothrop being basically America, right? Slothrop is the American man. So there's this, we don't really know who's saying this, and this is part of like the difficulty of the text of Gravity's Rainbow. It's kind of a difficult book to read in some ways, but here's a good passage. What if there is no vacuum? Or what if there is no vacuum? Or if there is, what if they're using it on you? They with a capital T. What if they find it convenient to preach an island of life surrounded by a void? Not just the earth and space, but your own individual life and time. What if it's in their interest to have you believing that? Yeah, I thought that was that's pretty, pretty spot on right there. The idea of the space cosmology and the void cosmology. That this like the rocket era, we see space as this void and basically can just project all of our eschatological and soteriological and our yearnings for salvation and transcendence. That's not something that happens through an interpersonal relationship, through a communal personal relationship with God in the body of Christ, right? Like this, but now it's something that maybe our saviors are going to come from the stars, or maybe we're like panspermia products, and we were, like this giant flesh bubble that is the universe is just constantly changing, and then we're just like some seeds from some like alien gooners out there 10 trillion light years away, and they panspermia-sized the earth, and then we grew out of that, right? It's a that's people literally believe that now, whereas in the early 20th century that wasn't as common, right? But I think you see a lot of the Protestant thinkers in the 19th century really started moving towards this kind of cosmist type stuff. Even like Swedenborg believed that there could be, a lot of the, like some of these reformers believe that there could be like some exotheological stuff. The Zwingli had some strange beliefs as well. So you've got you've got this thing. It doesn't just show up out of nowhere, but like, I mean, Parsons and these guys, they're doing this ritual out there in the desert in 1946, right? And he calls forth his so-called Scarlet Woman or whatever. Marjorie Cameron shows up, and he's like, this is it, man. Like, it's all coming to a head. But it all kind of fizzles out with her as well. Like, he ends up confused about what the meaning of this ritual was. He ends up in complete epistemological chaos. And basically, I don't know, I'd say his state near the end of his life was vacillating between total breakdown and then like trying to put things back together and get his life together. He ended up a gas station attendant. You know, he was
it was kind of poetic that he ended up blowing himself up too.
Right? I mean, blowing himself up, and like, what's he? I mean, the scene at the end of his life where he's fumbling with this
the coffee
material,
can,
and he puts it in a tin can. This stuff, like if you drop it, you're going, and he's probably twacked out,
stoned,
right? Like he's gacked out of his mind. He's just like ripping sweating. 8 balls and sweating bullets all over the floor, and his hand is filled with his sweat and his freaking. You're just like, this guy is a mess. And
that's literally why he dropped it. He was so sweaty. He dropped the can that he was doing, holding these deadly explosive chemicals in. Yeah.
Right. Well, you know what's crazy too, though, is it's like there in 1946. In the summer of 1946, you have the bombs dropped in Hiroshima. I'm sorry, no, it was in the Bikini Atoll Islands in the Pacific. So this is at the end of the Manhattan Project, and I think the air is charged with this idea of great progress towards this explosive end. And in 1946, when they're doing their Babylon ritual, you've also got the so-called success of the bombs being dropped in the Pacific, and the result of the Manhattan Project, which was an adjacent thing. Like Parsons was hanging out with Manhattan Project people. Like Molina was friends with a lot of Manhattan Project guys. You know, he was the Manhattan Project and modern rocketry are intertwined, because you wouldn't have this threat of intercontinental ballistic missiles. You wouldn't have like the threat of total annihilation from the sky, which is another one of these space eschatology things that have manifested now, right? Now you have this flash boom destruction that can come at any moment. And that's Parsons and these guys brought that about. And it was their friends that built these bombs that now people are so worried about. They think that this can end all of creation. And there's definitely there's a weird time here. Here's another. So the rocket state in Gravity's Rainbow, there's this idea of, near the end of the book, Pynchon starts explicating this idea of the post-World War II order being the global rocket state. And he says it and he shows it in such a really interesting way. So he says, yes, this is a scholasticism here. Rocket state cosmology. The rocket does lead that way, among others, past these visible serpent coils that lash up above the surface of the earth in rainbow light, in steel tetany. These storms, these things of earth's deep breast we were never told, past them through the violence to a numbered cosmos, a quaint brownwood paneled Victorian kind of brain war, as between quaternions and vector analysis in the 1880s, the nostalgia of aether, the silver, pendulum, stone anchored, knurled brass, knurled brass, filigreed, elegantly functional shapes of your grandfathers. These sepia tones are here certainly, but the rocket has to be many things. It must answer to a number of different shapes in the dreams of those who touch it, in combat, in tunnel, on paper. It must survive heresies, shining, unconfoundable, and heretics there will be. Gnostics who have taken in a rush of wind and fire to chambers of the rocket throne. Kabbalists who study the rocket as Torah, letter by letter, rivets, burner cup, and brass rose. Its text is theirs to permute and combine into new revelations always unfolding. Manichaeans who see two rockets, good and evil, who speak together in the sacred idealalia of the primal twins. Some say their names are Enzian and Blicero. Blicero and Enzian are characters in the book. So of a good rocket to take us to the stars, an evil rocket for the world's suicide, the two perpetually in struggle. But these heretics will be sought, and the dominion of silence will enlarge as each one goes down. They will all be sought out. Each will have his personal rocket. Stored in its target seeker will be the heretic's EEG, the spikes and susurrations of heartbeat, the ghost blossomings of personal infrared. Oh, that's such a great sentence. The ghost blossomings of personal infrared. Yeah. Each rocket will know its intended and hunt him, ride him a green, doped, and silent hound through our world, shining and pointed in the sky at his back, his guardian executioner rushing in, rushing closer. So the guardian executioner, the rocket is the guardian executioner, and that it's almost like what's that, the book of Judges, where it's like every man will be his own god. Every man will have his own rocket. And it's, I mean, he's getting the plurality of meaning that gets projected on this like kaleidoscopic post-modern gobbledygook of a culture that we've inherited since the Second World War. What Pynchon's getting at here is that rocketry, and he doesn't really discuss the bomb in here. The bomb is only discussed in fragments. Like the character Slothrop ends up finding pieces of a newspaper flowing around on the ground, and they're burned when he's wandering around in this disparate state of fragmentation in post-war, at the end of the war in Europe in 1946. He sees or it's 1945. He sees 1940, late 46, early 47. He sees a fragment of a paper that has the word Hyro, and then you see like what is it? It's Hyro, and then OMB, and then Asaki, which is like a fragment of a newspaper that talks about the bomb dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So Pynchon doesn't discuss the bomb, but he discusses rocketry as this kind of symbolic vehicle that brings humanity into the new era of this strange new world, the brave new world of the 20th century, where space and death from above, or so-called saviors from above, right? The alien brothers are going to come down and save us. All of this is enabled by and propelled by rocketry and by kooks and crazies like Parsons and like Oppenheimer, this like deranged demonic communist. Like these are the builders of our culture. Yeah. And it's if it's sad, but these people are looked at almost like saints. Like Oppenheimer is seen as like this, he's this secular saint almost. Did you watch? Yeah. I didn't watch the Nolan movie.
I didn't watch it.
I have no interest in watching that.
But yeah, I think you mentioned Parsons had contact with him too.
Weird. Like all these dudes.
And I think it can't be understated how I find it fascinating how first of all, you have California being a hotbed for all of this, esotericism and psyops, and these revolutionary movements, all these things happening in California. And then on the other hand, it's almost like every single time of these figures we're talking about is their affiliation with the military.
Right.
These guys were all involved in branches of the military, sometimes high ranks, or they were, sons or daughters of military officials. Sons
and daughters of the devil.
Yeah.
That's what Crowley's mom used to tell him. Like, you're a son of the devil. You're the beast. And he just was like, yeah, I'm going to call myself the beast. I don't care. I don't care what my mom says. I am the beast.
Identity. Yeah.
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 Well, and the other side of that is also, right, like Dave McGowan and like the strange scenes
exactly.
stuff. Like all that stuff's really interesting. But I think we have to consider, like, in that world, especially when he was writing that book. Like, I have a good friend who was corresponding with him when he was writing it, and he told me this funny anecdote of like how he sent him this one bit of information. They were kind of, some of the things in that book were actually from a buddy of mine in McGowan's Strange Scenes, and but he I forget what part it was, but he was like, "There's some stuff in there, dude, that's just like." He makes these leaps. Like, he wasn't really happy with some of the leaps he made. He's like, there's some stuff in there that I know where he got it, and it just, yeah. I thought it was silly that he put that in, and I think, that's McGowan he's really interesting, but we have to kind of take some of it with a grain of salt because he'll make these logical leaps, and you see that a lot in conspiracy texts where it's. I'm not saying you should believe like mainstream stuff, but conspiracy texts, people are often, and it's not a. It's not a, all right, let's see, how do you say this? Well, correlation doesn't equal causation is what the skeptic crowd will always say. And that's actually a stupid position. And one of the Weinstein guys, Brett Weinstein, or not Weinstein, is that their name? Brett Weinstein?
Yeah, probably.
He had this post, and he actually made this really good point of like, the skeptics are stupid in saying that, well, correlation doesn't equal causation, because even in the world of scientism, correlation is the first indicator of possible causation. That's the first thing you're going to see is a correlation, and then you can investigate causation. This is how you do criminal investigations. This is how you do any legitimate science, right? So this whole thing of like, just because they correlate doesn't mean there's like a causative thing. But I think it's easy to take jumps and leaps. And one of the things that I think we got to consider looking at all these boomers, and look, I'm no apologist for boomers, as the audience here knows. We love our boomers. We love you guys. We hope you enjoy the Carnival cruises and all the millions of dollars you're about to give to Claude, which you think is your best friend now. We love our boomers, and there are a lot of boomers who are great. Hey, most of us were raised by boomers or Gen X boomer. Cusp riders, but the boomers' parents were all veterans, man. Like the boomers were, everyone was involved in the military-industrial complex in the 1940s. Any man who was not in the European theater of war was involved in the massive economic war machine that was built to fuel and consolidated to fuel the war. And of course, America's fighting for freedom, and we're fighting the bad guys over there because we're not going to be like those evil, those big, bad, mean, authoritarian figures over there. We're fighting for freedom. Whereas back at home, the whole economy becomes managed under like the War Powers Act. All of the potatoes in Europe, were being used to make alcohol to fuel rockets, right? Like the U.S., you couldn't really find liquor at the time in California, but all these degenerates at the OTO, they've got big old liquor cabinets, and they're having drunken parties and orgies and stuff. And you couldn't find liquor because it was all going to the war machine. Everybody was working, everyone in California was working for the government at a certain capacity to feed this monster. I mean, that's another theme in Gravity's Rainbow, which I was just talking about, is that the whole machine, this whole system, it's totalizing. And I think the war machine, it's almost like the body of, it's like this. The war machine's kind of like this Gnostic communion almost, where it's all, everybody's in this communal activity to build and create a giant death machine in order to destroy Europe and, bring the kind of Anglo-American and the newly created state after 1947 into power as this global hegemonic empire that's then in this dialectical tension with the Soviet Union, which was supposedly your best friend 2 years ago. Now all of a sudden they're your enemies. It's really the war machine is kind of this Gnostic body for communion with creating more death. And that is kind of the thesis in Gravity's Rainbow, I would argue, in that's explicitly shown in the last scenes of it, where you have the audience addressed in the second person inhabiting this theater in what seems like it's in like Los Angeles within the rocket state. and the rocket, they're cheering for this experience, and they're cheering on this film that they're about to watch when the rocket is right about to penetrate the top of the building. This rocket that they're told is going to bring them to the stars. It's going to bring you to space. You know, the audience is there. They're going to watch this film. We don't know what film it is, but it's there's so much in that symbol, in the kind of the in the image we get there at the end of Gravity's Rainbow. And it's kind of a different version of Dr. Strangelove. Remember the end of Dr. Strangelove where it's like the cowboy is riding the rocket down to his death communion to start this process of secular end times where the elite will go underground, and then they'll Dr. Strangelove is like, we have the women, they have to be selected for their sexual prowess, and you've got these like pervert coomer kind of like European elite who are supposed to be the enemy now become the top advisors for like this kind of shadow government that's going to go underground after they blow up all the world, and we'll just come out 100 years later when our little clocks tell us it's safe, and we'll start civilization over again. It's there's a lot of parallels there between those two kind of 20th century stories. So anyways, yeah, the War Machine. How do I get there? Oh yeah, Dave McGowan and the War Machine. Our boomers, guys, we should have a little bit, give the boomers a little bit of slack, because all their dads and moms were completely traumatized by this War Machine thing that they had to get wrapped up in. And they came back, and they had kind of this nice period of somewhat fake stability in the 50s, but immediately we've got the Korean War, the Cold War, and then Vietnam, and just total economic upheaval consistently throughout the 70s, fuel crisis and oil crisis in the 70s, and then the 80s. Like, I mean, the boomers had a hard time too, but the boomers, they were really taken for a ride. And I think it's easy to just look at them all as a bunch of narcissistic hedonists and stuff like that. But they are, and they're not. There's a lot of awful things about all generations, and we could make generalizations on all of them. But really, they're the product of one of the most effective psychological warfare operations right after one of the most effective giant death rituals ever conceived of by man. I mean, before that, it was World War I. So the 20th century has been quite awful. So it's no surprise that people like Parsons, Crowley, L Ron Hubbard, and these swindlers are kind of like the driving force and the almost saints of these weird times.
Well put. So
yeah, I think maybe we can kind of finish off here and finish off with with Hubbard. L Ron Hubbard ends up taking Parsons' woman. He takes Betty. First he channels, and he sits down with Parsons, and Hubbard says, "Well, the spirits told me that we need to make a company together, and you have to put in all your money, and I've only got like $1,000, but you're going to put in $20,000, and me and Betty are going to go to the East Coast. We're going to go over to Florida, and we're going to buy some yachts, and we'll sail those yachts back to California, and we'll sell them here because there's a yacht shortage in California. We're going to sail them across the Panama Canal and bring them back here, and we'll sell them, and we'll make money with this company." And that's what the spirits told me we had to do. So Jack Parsons makes this company with Hubbard, and Hubbard swindles him out of all his money. Hubbard had no intention of coming back. Hubbard just left with Betty and bought 3 yachts and was seemingly planning on just having a permanent vacation for the rest of his life. And then Parsons freaks out and goes out there and he puts a restraining order against Hubbard and gets one of the yachts, I think, back, and has a magical battle. I forgot about this part. He has a magical battle with Hubbard and says he conjures up like these, he does these spells and he conjures up these demons this is what he says, right? I conjure up these demons. And the minute that I did this ritual, this intense gale slammed against the yacht, and they almost drowned, but then they were saved by the Coast Guard and then brought to shore, and the authorities helped Parsons to get some of his money back, but he only ended up getting like, I think, $3,000 of his $20,000 back. So Hubbard just totally just rips him off and takes all of his money, which is and he never sees Hubbard again after that. And
starts his own religion where that's the main thing that occurs. And goes on to write hundreds of more books.
I can't believe the 2,000 words in an hour is that's so crazy. So, and of course, during this time,
just saying things,
right? No, and he literally just kind of was spitting out stuff that Parsons would think is cool. He's like, yeah, she's gonna have red hair, and you're gonna like burn up and be consumed by the red fire of her bush. It's like he's just saying all this weird stuff, and then but what's weird though is it kind of ends up playing out in this way in Parsons' life, and one could almost interpret Parsons' death as being foreshadowed in Hubbard's channeling, where he says like, you'll be consumed by the fire. Now, Hubbard knows Parsons. He knows that he's kind of playing with dangerous chemicals all the time. He's obsessed with fire. He's like Beavis, like fire, just like constantly, blowing off rockets and obsessed with explosives. So maybe he could kind of tap into that, or maybe whatever was giving Hubbard his ideas was also kind of tuned into where they would like to drive Jack into this fiery, self-destructive pattern. So they think that, there could very well be like some real channeling or whatever going on here. But we have, so Crowley. So then Crowley, his other magical dada, his other magical papa Crowley, thinks this is all stupid. He's really upset. This guy writes to Crowley. Let's see. Culling wrote to Germer and Crowley. So another OTO guy writes to Crowley. Crowley always had them snitching on each other. So he had them infighting, and he promoted this in the OTO. Like, you guys need to tell me all this other person's weaknesses. Always give me dirt on them. And he would influence them to fight amongst themselves. So he was like this inverted spiritual father, where it's like a good priest, a good parish priest is going to be stopping people from their passions getting the best of them, and telling people to, kind of heal these emotional schisms between people and bring peace to an area, right? Or like Saint Seraphim of Sarov said, if you acquire the spirit of peace, 1,000 around you will be saved. Well, Crowley's like the opposite. He's just like, cause chaos, cause confusion, cause addiction. And you guys all fight amongst yourselves for power, and I'll use that to my own advantage. So this guy writes to him. He says, Ron and Betty have bought a boat for themselves at Miami, Florida, for about $10,000, and are living the life of Riley, while Bro John is living at rock bottom, and I mean rock bottom. It appears that originally they never secretly intended to bring this boat around the California coast to sell as a profit, as they told Jack, but rather to have a good time on it in the East Coast. Crowley needed no more evidence. In a cable to Germer, he cast his judgment. Suspect Ron playing confidence trick. Jack Parsons, weak fool. Obvious victim prowling swindlers. So Crowley's got him nailed, right? Like, Crowley knows this dude's a swindler, probably because Crowley himself is kind of a master swindler. But so then that's the last time Parsons ever even sees Hubbard. So he's again abandoned by yet another father. His new magical redhead daddy has left him, and he's kind of under Crowley's wing. And he goes through some hard times. He gets investigated by the feds for possibly being connected to the Communist Party. Loses his what's it called? His security clearance, and then he gets it back. Then I think he almost loses it again because his secretary snitches on him when she saw him making copies of kind of sensitive material so that he could try to use it as leverage with the Israeli government post-war, so that he could go and work for the Israelis on their missile program. So it's you've got kind of a full circle here back in the post-war era. He's trying to follow where he thinks he'll be able to get paid. He has no PhD. His reputation is kind of in shambles. He's been pumping gas for a period of time. And he's basically just trying to build his life back. And that's around that time he ends up blowing himself up. And I think Marjorie Cameron was waiting outside in the car when it happened because they were going to go to Mexico, and and that was it. That was all for him. But what's interesting too, though, is that so Oppenheimer, going back to the Oppenheimer, we were talking about some of these, like, the space and the whole, like, 20th century eschatological so-called icons, or like the fake saints of scientism. Oppenheimer is one of those, right? And Molina, who was one of the initial JPL guys with Jack, his good friend for a long time, Molina was a member of the Communist Party, right? And I don't know what years this was happening, but when Jack was being investigated later on, when Parsons was being investigated and they're going to take a security clearance, Molina becomes a problem because we've got here this quote here. The committee had information indicating that Frank Molina, identified as a former secretary of the Aerojet Engineering Corps at Pasadena, was a Communist Party member, and that communist cell meetings were held at the Oppenheimers and at Molina's home. So here we are again. We've got Jack Parsons, who kind of the standard line among kind of like normie historians is that Parsons is this insignificant kook figure, right? He's not that influential. I think we've shown that he's pretty dang influential here, but JPL wants to kind of whitewash it. They don't like him. They don't want to be associated with him. And but here he is rubbing shoulders with Oppenheimer at these Communist Party meetings, and the meetings in Pasadena were at Oppenheimer's home and at Molina's home. Remember, Molina's son ends up marrying Christine Maxwell. So Molina's son is kind of like 20th century intrigue, intel, married into this like royal family, basically, of the Maxwells, who are, the Epstein adjacent / above Epstein. And so the Oppenheimer right there, you've got the Manhattan Project connections, which are rampant at this time because everybody's involved in like defense work in California, and especially these like kind of new rich wannabe elite people like Parsons, who they're into all this freaky deaky stuff. And Oppenheimer is, of course, a communist who is having those Communist Party meetings at his home. So, yeah, let me come over here to the chat. We've been going a long time. You got anything else to add there, Anthony? We've gone for a while, man. I'm sorry to.
Oh no, that's all right. No, that was good coverage. Interestingly, Parsons' mom downs a bottle of what were they, barbiturates or something?
Yeah, she took all her pills.
Yeah, like when she hears the news of Jack, she basically offs herself.
Yep. It's really sad. I mean, it's a really pathetic ending to a guy that he was obviously not trying to just rip on and make fun of this guy. I think it's like a kind of a tragic story, but a really good warning sign for like if you're considering getting into the occult. I mean, there's some passages in one of these books, I forget which one, I think it was Strange Angel, where these people who were adjacent to Jack, I think it was Foreman basically said his daughter asked him about occultism and stuff, and she's, I think, interviewed for this book, and she says that he told her, yes, it works, and stay away from it at all costs. It's basically the warning that was that actor who was in Wicker Man, and who played Christopher Lee.
Who had a huge he was I guess he was a practicing occultist for some time, or at least interested in it.
Yeah, he had like a library with all this, yeah. So did Parsons, and this guy, Foreman said, he said, like, this is, it's real. and it ruined my life. And Foreman, for the rest of his life, was hearing things. Like, he would hear those banshee howls, and he was kind of half mad and always on the verge of a breakdown. So I think it's I don't know. I think one of the takeaways from here is just the overlap between like psychedelic induced psychosis and ritual magic induced psychosis. It's like, if you looked at the results of it, it's kind of the same thing. When you look at Parsons, he gets hyper paranoid. Everything becomes a sign. I'm the Antichrist. He believes he's the Antichrist. I'm like a god or whatever. Megalomania. It's yeah, you have all the precursors of like 60s hysteria and drug hysteria happening right here in not here, but right in Pasadena in the 1940s.
Yep.
All right, come over here to the chat. I got a few super chats to thank you guys for. Thank you, all you bigots and bigettes in the chat for hitting like, hitting subscribe, doing all those things. And yeah, make sure to tune in to our friend Anthony Westgate's channel here. Make sure to subscribe to his channel. Let me see. I think there's a couple super chats here that I did not read. Thank you to everybody who did send super chats. I think memberships might be working now, although I'm not sure. So yeah, you can become a member there, and then you can also support yourself and kind of support your own function by hitting up our sponsor over at chalk.com, CHOQ.com, and use that code BIG53LIFE, BIG53LIFE, for 53% off all subscriptions for life over there. So thank you to William Kareen. We got Orthodox Phronesis for $9.99. Says, Tristan, hello. Through the prayers of Saint Seraphim of Platina, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on us. Hey, thank you so much. And yeah, glory to God for all things. It's good to see all you folks here. We've got we sing $10. You sent that a while ago. Sorry, I didn't answer yet. You said, who do you think made the Georgia Guidestones? Well, I know Anthony Westgate. Oh. He's gonna say it was the black man. The black man did the Georgia Guidestones. Yeah, it
was George Floyd.
George Floyd. It was George Druid Floyd. George Druid.
Yeah, George Druid.
Druid. He was a druid, and he built them in Atlanta, Georgia. That was in Atlanta.
That's right.
And then the Mayo monkeys took it, and they put it, and they moved it over there where it was, and yeah, that's who built it. To thee we sing also said, we need much more usury if we ever wish to transcend our own species. Yeah, we can only transcend to the stars with more usury and more military industrial complex. We're gonna shoot ourselves up to the stars, and we're going to I was trying to find, I don't know, I couldn't find that passage where he talks about the stars being in Pynchon's Gravity's Rainbow, of like the rocket cosmology sees the stars as acupuncture points in like the body of God, which is just such crazy like kind of Gnostic imagery. And yeah, but we need more usury, we need more military industrial complex, and we need data centers, guys. I mean, if there's anything you could take away from this, we need more data centers and just more science. Like, there's, science is what makes everything happen. And if we can just get more of that, then we'll be much better off.
Yeah. My only complaint about NASA is we don't send them enough money. I think we need to like double our NASA budget. It's really important to explore space.
600. Absolutely. No, I mean, this is the thing, guys. Like, if you don't believe in NASA, I don't even know what to tell you. Like, you
just hate America.
NASA. Like SpaceX, we're going to Mars, guys. Like, we did the moon. Who cares? Like, we don't know how to do it anymore, really. We could do it if we really wanted to, but we're doing Mars now. We got Elon Musk, who has the same, Elon Musk has the same kind of slogan, ad astra, as Jack Parsons, which a lot of that goes back to the early 20th century sci-fi stuff. But yeah, here it is. because it's hard to get over the wonder of finding that Earth is a living critter. After all these years of thinking about a big dumb rock to find a body and psyche, he feels like a child again. He knows that in theory he must not attach himself, but still he is in love with his sense of wonder, with having found it again, even this late, even knowing that he must soon let it go, to find that gravity, taken so far for granted, is really something eerie, messianic, extrasensory in Earth's mind-body, having hugged to its holy center the wastes of dead species, gathered, packed, transmuted, realigned, and rewoven molecules to be taken up again by the coal-tar Kabbalists of the other side, the ones Bland on his voyages has noted. Bland is this Mason character. He's like this. He's the guy that sold Slothrop basically to the IG Farben cartel when he was a kid. And Bland is like this, he's kind of this villain character in his history. So he sees gravity as messianic, extrasensory in Earth's mind body. So the rewoven molecules will be taken back up again by the coal tar Kabbalists on the other side, the ones Bland on his voyages has noted, taken, boiled off, teased apart, explicated to every last permutation of useful magic, centuries past exhaustion, still finding new molecular pieces, combining and recombining them into new synthetics. Forget them, they're no better than the Klepoth, the shells of the dead. You must not waste your time with them. Yeah, I thought that was that was kind of a wild passage there, just about the kind of the Gnostic worldview, is how in this character he becomes a Freemason to kind of like try to climb. By the time Bland joined up, the Masons had long degenerated into just another businessman's club. A real shame. Business of all kinds over the centuries had atrophied certain sense receptors and areas of the human brain, so that most of the fellows taking part, the present day rituals were no more, and even maybe a little less than hollow mummery. Not for all of them, though. Now and then you found a throwback. Lyle Bland happened to be one. So he thought that he wanted to like bring back the magic into Masonry, and then he ends up he sells Slothrop as a child to the IG Farben cartel, and sees gravity as kind of this imminent force of this extrasensory force in the mind body of Earth. So then the rocket being like this penile thing that in this story here in Gravity's Rainbow, that this kind of messianic journey of going past gravity is going to bring man into the new era. And so he considers this this useful magic, and then also the permutation of useful magic, centuries past exhaustion, still finding new molecular pieces, combining and recombining them into new synthetics. So then it connects this Enlightenment stuff, this post-Enlightenment worldview, and the material sciences as this Kabbalistic journey for gaining more power over the world. So it's such a prescient book, and it's such an insanely the way that it's written is just so wild. It's I can't stop. It's one of those novels that you read, it takes you so long to get through, but it's one that really sticks with you as far as I wasn't ready to read it when I first tried, when I was maybe 20 or 19 years old. I just thought I was like, this is gibberish. This is stupid. But now reading this, it's most definitely one of the better 20th century kind of historical. It's one of the best novels of the 20th century altogether, not just as far as.
It's almost like a cultural commentary too. Like it's not just a novel, Right.
Like a spiritual commentary on on the. He's pulling in like a deep critique of Masonry and the history of Masonry. He's got these German characters who are Kabbalists, but also high level industrialists, right? So he's got a Werner von Braun type character in Blicero, who's into crazy ritual magic stuff. He's like a Crowley meets what's his name? Meets Werner von Braun. It's so insane that he wrote that and published it in 1973 as well. I don't know, major work there. I can't get it out of my head. Once you read it, you can't unsee it. You can't unsee it. So I think Pynchon was definitely, he at the time at least, he was far ahead of his time. I asked dumb questions. Says thanks for streaming. Sorry I missed most of it. No, hey, thank you, and thanks to Anthony Westgate. So much fun. I'm glad we finally got to talk and talk for so dang long. I asked dumb questions. Sent another one. Didn't even say anything. Just a salute face. But yeah. Let me just come over here to the chat one more time and address all the bigots, and homies and homettes in the chat here. Shout out to Jay, to Alex Soren, Jim Bob, we saw in the chat earlier, a lot of the friends of the channel here. Thank you guys so much for the encouragement and the support. Like big shout out, big up to Jay Dyer, big ups to the BIPOC queen Jay Dyer. For yeah, you guys wouldn't have some of these. You maybe wouldn't have had this stream if it weren't for Jay constantly trying to encourage me to come back and do some more streams. So, anyways, we're here pushing into the extrasensory realms of the evening, where my booty starts getting numb from sitting in this chair for so long. Yeah, man. You got any last thoughts, Anthony, or anything coming up that you'd like the folks out here to know about? I know we're gonna talk about the Sex and Rockets book on your channel for your book club. That's gonna be really fun. We just covered such a fun topic that can open up so many more discussions. So hopefully we can do something fun again and keep it going.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. That was basically what I would say is just check out the reversion.co on Substack. You can not only get access to all of the work I've been doing for the past 3 years, mostly on there, just recently kind of ventured into YouTube, but I try to make it so that you get something back, not just a bunch of content. And so with that monthly paid subscription, you get access to our book club, where we read all kinds of literature that really is like a lot to do with what we're talking about here. So this was one of these books, I would say, is like a central text to merge together a lot of the other topics that we have been reading about. So if you enjoy books like this, more of the lesser known figures and influencers of modernism, of our modern world, and understanding it through an orthodox perspective, that's what I seek to provide in the book club. So trying to help people to gain more long-term attention and increase their ability to be able to just sit and read and actually understand a text and take notes and discuss it and bounce ideas off each other, a lot like what we're doing here. So yeah, that's kind of all I got there. But yeah, thanks a lot for having me on. It was a pleasure to have a conversation with you, and I look forward to our next one. So yeah, stay tuned for that.
All right, guys. Thank you guys for watching. Like, subscribe, do all the things. Hit the smash the subscribe pound button, pound the like button, whatever you want to do, you can do it. You can smash it. You can just tap the like. You can just you can tickle the like button. You can just look at it and be like, I don't like this, and just don't even click it at all. But thanks for watching, guys. Share the videos, do all that fun stuff, and there'll be more to come. And big thanks to our friend here, Anthony Westgate. I gotta make sure to end it in the right order. Sometimes if you end it on YouTube first,